Това ти беше дето го стартираш.
Ще изпекал нещо?
Не е изпекал. Ще би се изпекал.
For now, not.
What?
Yeah, we know. As I said, everything is waiting for your instructions, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Get off. By the way, guys, so in terms of recording, I have recordings.
As much as Toyota Supra owners don't like you saying it, the A90 Supra is just a BMW Z4 chassis in reality. So two cars with a Bavarian heritage that we saw going up against each other, albeit one of them technically a Toyota Supra. We await the information then as to who has gone through between Bilic and Drusis. Certainly our expert here, Trevor, was not sure. I wasn't sure. I'm the furthest thing from an expert, though. We're going to find out what the judges do in a moment, hopefully. But it looks like we've got our next run coming up. These are the two cars we're expecting. Anestus Jacobilis and Zidoranis Petkovicius is next up. Corvette versus Toyota. Two very different cars, and it's going to be the Corvette that leads it. Kavicius will be on the pursuit on this run. And then his bewinged GT86 will be right there, taunting the Corvette as leader on the second go. And here's the information we've been waiting for. Paulius Drusis goes through. That in our very first battle of the weekend, of the top 32, I should say, is our first upset. Jakub Bilic, who was 5th in the championship, is going home this early. That's a big surprise.
That is sad to see indeed.
We're already away with our next run, Trevor.
Yes, as we see them two going, very big angle from initiation from the Corvette. Just either with the GT86 could be a little bit closer, but leaving very much angle. Very big angle indeed from the lead driver, as we can see.
The 86 never really got close enough, did it, to the rear of the Corvette in that run. Was always maybe a car length back throughout that, and looked to be quite a lot shallower as well through clip 5.
Yes, I would have loved to see the chase driver being a little bit closer, but we will see soon enough how he will do in leading, as the Corvette is going for the chase position.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, in these runs, as long as you haven't had a huge mistake as the chaser, it's still all up for grabs as you take the stall for the leader. And, well, very little break between the two runs. We're underway and off again. And the Corvette right with the 86 through the initiation point. Much closer through the first few clips of the run. Staying right with the rear of the 86. Almost getting its nose cut off. Both through clip 5. Both close to the wall. But the 86 just clipping the wall bit there. I think it was helped by the Corvette a little bit. Very good run from both parties, I would say, but the Corvette was hounding the 86 much closer as the chaser than the run we saw from the 86 driver.
Yes, as you can see, very close distance from the chase driver here.
Nothing in it there at that transition point at clip 2 and 3, was there? As they shifted from right to left. If the Corvette had been 5 centimeters further up, I think they would have met each other with a big collision.
I do think that the Corvette is going to win this one, purely because of the collision on the clip 5 from the GT86.
Yeah, I think it would be a much harder decision if it wasn't for that wall touch for the GT86. But I think even without it, the performance as lead and as chaser for the Corvette was that little bit better. We'll find out now, though. Will it be Ernestus Jacobellis that goes through in the red and black Corvette? We're going to wait for that information to go through. Of course, the judges will firmly double check their scorecards, make sure everything is above board before we move on to the next top 32 battle. We've both put our eggs in the basket of the Corvette, but let's see if it is Jacobellis that goes through.
Very simple design on the C6 Corvette, as we can see, compared to the GT86.
Very much so, but simple works sometimes. Ernestus Jacobellis is through into the final 16, and it'll be interesting to see how he matches up to Drusis later on. I believe those two will be going head-to-head. V8 versus V8, E92 versus C6 a bit later on. So then our third runs of the top 32 will be coming up in just a few moments. We'll see who joins us for those runs momentarily. But great to watch that run from Jacobellis, one of our best performances so far for sure. I think immediately noting himself as a favourite. We didn't see Jacobellis in the top 32 runs in Okayama, so this is going to be a great opportunity to see just how far he can get among our established names in the series. Next up, Sinkunas versus Petrov. This is two drivers we saw last time, I believe, and it is the Supra that will lead the S15 on this first run.
As we can see them do going. Collision from the chase driver, but leader keeps going, and very big angle from the chase driver, catching up to the lead driver here, and very big angle indeed. It is inside clip number 7.
But that collision at the start is going to be costly, isn't it? It's now going to take quite something for the driver of the Silvia to really have a chance in this second run, isn't it? It's going to take a mistake, I'd say, from the Supra.
Yes, I agree. But also, we can hope that Paulus Sinkunas can just play it safe and keep a little bit distance, knowing that he has that cushion from the collision.
Petrov will now get his moment to lead in the S15. Let's see if this run will stack up to the leading performance we just saw from Sinkunas in the Supra. Certainly, we can expect a fast and well-angled entry from Petrov based on what we saw last time, but hopefully he gets it stopped for the first corner. They're underway. It is a very nice entry angle there through the initiation zone for the Silvia. Nice running though from behind so far from Sinkunas, keeping nice and close through clips 2, 3 and 4. Now going through clip 5, good angle from both parties. I'd say a little bit more though for the Supra by the looks of it, and I think Petrov did well there not to clatter Sinkunas, and very good run from both parties, but the Supra there at the end I think almost got caught out as the Silvia braked for clip 7 there, almost ended up in the rear.
As we can see from the replay, it was indeed the S15's fault for the collision.
It really is quite easy to do that, isn't it? Just a couple of meters too late on the brake pedal, and that is almost inevitably going to happen. It's a precision art at the best of times, Christian. In tandem battles like these, slip-ups are very harshly punished. What did you make of the runners? What did you make of the chaser run there from Sinkunas?
It is amazing run. He could have been a little bit safer, as he had the cushion from the collision from the beginning. Very good chase run indeed.
He was fairly far back from the first clip, but from there on he was right behind at the S15, and no surprises at the verdict. Paulius Sinkunas in his Toyota Supra A90 will advance into the round of 16. Svetomir Petrov unfortunately making that error, and that will go against him. Our next run, very eager already waiting for the opportunity to go. It will be Miralev leading this one in the Supra. Sathongsa, who we saw last time, of course, behind in the trusty Toyota GT86. They're underway on the run, Trevor.
Yes, as we can see, the test driver is taking it very safe, knowing that we can always keep pushing. Very big angle through the last corners here. Yes.
Good run from both. Sathongsa, of course, was is sixth in the standings following Okayama, so another driver who went a long way last time out in the first round of the season. So again, for Miraliev, this is certainly a bit of a contest. I believe Miraliev did compete last time but didn't make it into the top 32, so he's got some big odds up against him here against the Sathongsa. But certainly I think after that run, I think Miralev certainly could do it. I thought Sathongsa at times was maybe just a little bit behind the Boyle as the chaser there. So then this time Sathongsa will lead them away. Very good initiation angle though from the red 86. Sathongsa in the smaller of the two cars leads it. Miraliev there did have a moment. That took him well behind through clips 2, 3 and 4, but he closes right back through 5. The tiniest of all touches there from Sathongsa. Not a great angle from Miraliev there through clip 7 either. It was not a strong run as chaser from the blue Supra of Miraliev. Realistically, neither of them had great runs as the chaser, but perhaps that last run there, that chaser run from Miraliev, may well decide who it goes to.
Yes.
Certainly the errors from Miraliev in his chaser run were a lot more noticeable. I don't think there were many errors as such for Sathongsa, were there? It was just that he wasn't taking that many risks as the chaser, at least when I saw it.
Well, he was taking it quite simply. Like, not pushing too much. But I did see it opening 2 tires on the last inside clip. That would mean 2 tires off. Oh no, that was 1 tire. I'm sorry for that.
Even in drifting, there are track limits to consider, perhaps in a slightly different form from what we normally have to think about. But let's see who goes through then of Sathongsa and Miraliev. The smart money suggests perhaps it would be Supercorn Sathongsa that goes through. Certainly he came in as a favourite once again, got into that round of 8 last time out in Okayama, but has Hristo Miraliev turned the heads of our judges? We'll have to see. Feels like the theoretical favour would go to Sathongsa, but it's the judges that make the call here, and we'll await confirmation for now. Certainly a very colourful Supra. I would have remembered that livery if it had been out in Okayama in the top 32, but a great car, and we'll see which of the two go through. Certainly the judges having to deliberate a little longer than they did last run, so they're maybe not quite sure which way to put it, but I'm sure we're going to come with an answer in the next few seconds. Of course, coming up very shortly is Martinez Estreka's first run of the top 32, his top 32 run. Of course, huge pressure on him, being the championship leader. The last thing you'd want to do is go from hero to zero by not making it out of the round of 32. So a striker in his Sylvia will have a good amount of pressure on his shoulders later on. Moraliev and Sthongsa, though, still awaiting their confirmation. And of course, for Sthongsa, he'll want to get through because the driver who's directly ahead of him in the point standings, Jakov Bilic, in 5th place on 56, he's already confirmed to be out. He was upset there by Drusis in his run earlier on. In the very first pair of top 32 runs we had, the first battle. So for Sthongsa, a solid result today could well put him up into that championship top 5. And with only 4 rounds worth of points to score, for someone like Jakov Bilic, who's already on the sidelines for the rest of the day, when there's only 4 rounds of the championship, it's hugely costly to be eliminated.
Okay.
So
Can you disconnect
Sthongsa
now?
has gone through. So perhaps not a surprising result, but now a confirmed result. The 86 is going to continue on into the next round. You see there, our very next battle will feature the points leader. Martinus Ostraker will be out on the circuit in the next few moments here. That's going to be a hugely interesting run, and we're going to come to it after a short advert break. and it is Martinus Ostrejka leading a run here. Now, is this a competitive run? I'm not so sure, because we had another set of cars there lining up. I think we're still in the practice stage, thankfully, much to my relief. I thought we'd dived straight back in there. But here is the table as it stands. We've already had 2 pairs of drivers go through. Drusis and Jacobellis Sinkunas and Sothongsa are through. Ostrejka is up next. Our championship leader is going to go up against Hovsepian in the first top 32, or in the first time we see Martinus Ostrejka today. Martinus Ostrejka will very much be hoping we see more than just 1 pair of runs from him today, Trevor. But let's see what Hovsepian can do.
So we have the lights now going. As the lead driver, Ostrejka, is going very big angle at the first 2 clips. Going nice and deep into the outer zone 3 and 4. Oh, a little collision from the chase driver here.
That was a big collision, wasn't it? That's unfortunate for Hovsepian, but that is going to be a big error for sure, and that's one that means that Ostrejka, even though he's found himself in the wall there, it's now all in his favour. Varam Hovsepian there with quite a clatter to the Nissan Silvia, the S13 of Martinus Ostrejka. Now Ostrejka just needs a decent run. He doesn't need to take too many risks. He doesn't need to be too close in this run. He just needs a clean pass through the course, and that should, after that error, get him through. But let's see what happens. Anything's possible. As you rightly said, Trevor, the lights are there now, and they are triggered for Hovsepian's lead run. Good big angle for sure from Hovsepian there. Nice through clip 2. Nice transitions from both, but slightly more consistent run through clip 5, I would say, for Hovsepian there. Looked like Ostrejka got a bit tripped up, and then he got into the side as well of the 86 a little bit there at clip 7, didn't he? I think he pushed the Toyota in through the braking zone a little bit.
Yeah. We will see once again.
This is a replay from earlier on, not the run we were just looking at. This is, of course, from earlier on when we had the Corvette making its way through. Hopefully we'll get a look at the previous runs shortly, but I think the replay system is giving a fight at the moment. As we take a look at that run, though, what was your perspective there on the second run from Ostrejka? Because even though Hovsepian made a big error when he was chasing, Ostrejka's run wasn't brilliant as chaser either, was it?
At the end, I did see 2 tires going off the yellow line on the inside clip, as they were throwing massive angle through
Was that for
corner.
Ostrejka or Hovsepian that you saw the 2 wheels?
The lead driver.
Okay, but I thought he got a bit of a push in the braking zone. Does that make a difference at all for the judges?
It should, but I am not sure.
Let's see which way it goes. Certainly the more eye-catching issue of the 2 runs was Hovsepian's collision with Ostrejka. Certainly Ostrejka, even though I think he did give a bit of contact to the Toyota, he didn't do anything that actually ended the run as chaser. So one would think that Ostraka should be the favourite to go through here, and indeed he does. Martinus Ostraka does go through then into the final 16. Our championship leader after Okayama nets his place in the top 16 phase. By no means is that a surprise, but certainly again in drifting. The seeding, whose favourite, is only worth so much. Well, there's no car advantages to be talked about here. If no one can point and say, well, he's got a better car than me. Madej versus Hugo, and it's Madej leading them away for this run.
Yes, as Madej is leading with a very massive angle, going a little bit too wide from that inside clip number 2, going nice and deep through those 3 and 4 clips. Very nice and big angle through that clip number 5, as the chase driver could be a little bit closer, keeping it safe as always. Nice proximity from that second to last clip.
Interesting run there from 2 drivers who made it into the top 16 last time. So one of them is going to go less far in Mondello than they did in Okayama. We've got 1 run left to see which of them will go through. For Hugon, he is 10th in the standings at the moment on 34 points, Loic Hugon. So we'll have a look and see how he does now as the chaser up against Madej. And Madej this time getting the opportunity to lead. Those lights will go off in just a few moments, I imagine. You can see there flashing away the headlights saying, come on, let's do this. And now it's time for the top 32 run. Nice entry there from the lead car. They go through clips 2, 3, 4 and 5. A bit of a collision there, but they managed to keep it on the straight and narrow through the long clip 5, getting as close to that wall as they can. Much nicer angle for the lead car coming out of 5. They both come out of the final clip number 8, and that was, I think, a slightly more aggressive run from our chaser that time by. But I'd say 2 fairly impressive runs. Hard to really tell from my angle, at least, who that's going to go to. But do you have any thoughts on that, Trevor?
I do not know for certain, but I do think that Madej had a little bit better chase and the lead run. Especially the lead run.
For sure, yeah. I think his lead run was that little bit more impressive, but we'll see. Certainly a lot of bullying there, wasn't there, on the entry into the second run?
I can agree on you with that one.
What's a little nudge between friends? Well, we'll see which of these 2 go through. As we said, both of them made it into the top 16 2 weeks ago. And only one of them will make it on this occasion. Great to have those replays there of the runs. Let us know what you're thinking. It feels like we're both aiming at maybe getting Madej through here. From the commentary box, Bartek, Madej, Loic Hugon, the 2 that are candidates to move up into the final 16. We'll see where the judges go with this. The 2 RB30 powered Nissan Silvia S15s. And we'll wait to see which of them goes through, Bartek Madej or Loic Hugon. For Hugon, of course, 10th in the championship, it would be him that would be the upset. And we've both kind of said that we think Madej probably had the stronger runs, but the judges will have several looks at the tape and confer with each other. By no means is our opinion as important as the judges. It's the judges that make the call. And we wait to see whether it be Hugon or Bartek that go through into the final 16. And this is probably the worst bit. Is this worse than waiting for your run? Waiting to find out if your run was good enough?
It is very nerve-wracking indeed. But sometimes, you know, you just know that you're gonna win because you know how you drive and you know how you've seen how your opponent is driving.
Absolutely. We'll see if their confidence, if they have confidence in their runs, is rewarded. Certainly, I've had times in life where I thought I've done enough and found out I've been horribly wrong. But we'll see whether Loic and Bartek, which of the two go through. We're just a few minutes away from finding out. If you're just joining us, we're in the top 32 stage here of the SIMGEAR Drift Competition Round 2. Thanks for joining us here live on Pitlane.TV. We had a very compelling time last time out, and it's Loic Hugon that's going through. So Bartek Madej is the one that gets eliminated. Neither of us thought that would be the way it goes, but they were closely matched runs. And it turns out the Frenchman is going through, Trevor. Well, that's one of our first shocks of the day. Philippe Stocky and Adrian Matisiak, up next as they go out on their run.
As Philippe Stocky is taking the lead. Keeping very consistent and big angle. Do that. Going very snappy and big angle. Do that. Number 5 with very nice distance from the chase driver here. And a nice ending. With no collisions, no bad stuff happened this time.
No, and Matisiak, I think there was very impressive in terms of his how close he was, especially towards the end there, really shadowing Stocky through the final phase of the course. They'll now head back around and do it all again. Of course, this time it will be Adrian Matisiak in the lead. We need these drivers to stop being identical cars. It doesn't help. 2 runs in a row, 2 battles in a row with identical cars. Matisiak then will be leading on this occasion. Philippe Stocky will be the pursuee this time around. And certainly, I think Matisiak has really laid down the gauntlet here for Philippe Stocky. The performance as chaser was exemplary. Let's see how Matisiak does now as the lead car. They fire away then for this run. Decent angle from both. Neither, I think, with a particularly wowing angle on entry there into the initiation zone. Both nicely through the mid-phase, but a bit of a tap there from Matisiak. He's not done a great job there as the lead. Just painting his car with the wall through number 5, and that, I think, despite his incredible run as lead driver, as chase driver, I think that's that lead drive performance there from Matisiak, and they will hand it over to Philippe Stocky.
I do agree with you on this one. Obvious reason, but yes.
Yeah, look back at that and see whether perhaps I'm sure Matisiak will be thinking, did I get touched? Did I get some help into the ball there? I didn't see it while it was live. We'll have a look at the replay here. This is the second run. We'll get to see what happened with Matisiak once again. 5 where it all went wrong. They're through into clip 5 here, and no, it was just too wide. There was no collision from Stocky, the chaser, at all. It was just too wide there through clip 5, and unsurprisingly, already confirmed in favour of Philippe Stocky. Then the run has been concluded and decided. In the all-Polish battle, it's Philippe Stocky that has been gifted the victory there. Adrian Matisiak will be very disappointed, especially given just how strong that run was as chaser. I was firmly impressed with that run, but the leader run just was not up to it. The second part of the battle is where it went wrong for Adrian Matisiak. And we'll now see who joins Filip Stuckey in the round of 16. Kitapop, Civinic is going up against Blokhus in this one. And we'll see who comes out on top. They'll be ready to go at the start gantry in just a few moments. And another compelling run sure to be upon us here.
Thank you, GG.
And it will be Civinic that leads it initially. They're both ready to go, Trevor. Let's
So we
see
can
how they
return
perform.
to pit, yeah? Right now.
Waiting for the lights once again. And here we go. Looking at the Civinic to the lead. With a very nice initiation. Not too much of a wild angle, as I said before, but looking at the chase driver, he could be a little bit closer. A very nice and big angle from the lead driver here, who is with number 6 and 7, as we are going to... Ooh, that was a little tap at the end there.
Just a little bit of paint exchange right at the end. Interesting run there. I think Civinic did, as you said, great angle, and I think he did a very good job as lead as well. I think Blokhus really needs a strong run here to have any hope of the judges going his way. Didn't think his chase run was particularly brilliant. He was, I think, a little bit far from the wall as well. At clip 5, but we'll see what Frederick Blokhus can do now as the lead competitor. Kitapop Civinic will be our chaser this time around. It is the Norwegian up against the Thai competitor, and it's the Norwegian that will lead them. Blokhus will lead the way this time, approaching the initiation zone. A much better angle there from Blokhus, albeit a bit wide on the way into the first proper clip. Let's see how he handles clip number 5. Great angle all the way through and super committed as well. Really up against the wall the entire way. I think he just about perfected number 5 there. I think briefly had 2 wheels off there. From Civinic. I am very impressed with Blokhus's lead run there. What did you make of Civinic's run as the chaser?
He could have also been very much closer, as he knew that he made a yes, he had a better chase running it, as you can see.
Interesting run there, certainly from Blokhus. I think this run through clip 5 that we're about to see, I think that's probably the best we've seen all through 3, 4 and 5. Just so committed. Looked absolutely perfect.
What would I like to see?
Maybe not with as much speed as Civinic, but Civinic was having to play catch-up. Such was the run of Blokhus. I really don't envy our judges on this one. I'd find this one quite hard to call, ultimately. The Blokhus run was supremely impressive as leader, but neither driver's chase run was particularly great. Do you have a feeling where they're going to go with this?
I think it might be towards Blokhus, just because of the wide swings and the wider line.
Now that's the thing. I feel like while both of them didn't do great work as chaser, certainly Blokhus had the best run of the battle as the leader. He was very impressive. And we'll have to see which way it goes, though. Will it be the purple machine or the white car that go through? We wait with bated breath for confirmation. Of course, Blokhus and Civinic, I don't think either of them took part in the top 32 last time according to the information I have in front of me. So both parties new to the main event, let's say. But let's see which one will stay in for the top 16. Information will come down the pike in just a few moments. And we will see whether our suspicions are confirmed. Again, if you're just joining us, we thank you so much for being a part of today's stream. It's the second round of 4 in the SIMGEAR drift competition. We've been to Okayama. This is Mondello Park, and we're going to be doing a lot more virtual traveling before the end of the season. An exciting calendar, a very talented set of drivers. Now, Blokhus has left the server, by the looks of it, or at least reset his car. We'll see what the decision is here, hopefully in the next few minutes. The decision is, run it back one more time, Trevor. So we're going to do it all again. They've decided it's a little bit too close to call.
Okay. Waiting once more for the lights to go, so as Chevenich is leading this one more time battle, going very nice and taking it safely through that insect clip number 2 and nice and deep through these clips number 3 and 4, unfortunately hitting the wall at the clip number 5. Straightening out both drivers. This will be one more battle.
Yeah, so let's get a look back at that again. Certainly still one more battle. Anything's possible. Blokhus there was certainly wide at the first clip. And as we said, clip 5 is where it all unraveled. And again, Blokhus now, he needs to rely, I think, on more than likely an error, because Givenich will just have to put in a conservative run now as chaser to go through. I think Blokhus is going to watch back the stream, hear what we were saying, that we thought he might be the winner, and go, why couldn't we have based it on the first runs? This one more time run has not gone so well for him so far, but let's see what he can do as the leader. He was incredible just a few minutes ago, but we are doing a one more time battle. Blokhus versus Givenich. Givenich with the upper hand, I would say, based on that performance from Blokhus. And Blokhus a bit wide there through the first clip point, but Givenich not really particularly matching up through clip 5 either. Very shallow this run in general from Givenich, not really getting to the edge of the circuit. Blokhus again doing great work, great angles, exciting to watch, certainly as Blokhus. Givenich's run there was very conservative indeed. Not great angle and not great lines either from my eye at least, but I think perhaps that was the kind of run from somebody who knows that they've done enough to get through so long as they reach the flag.
Maybe this is the case, as it is not clear yet if the collision was caused or by the chase driver or not.
Interesting point. We'll see which way that goes. Based on Givenich's run there, I feel like he thinks that Blokhus would be the one with the demerits against him from his run as chaser, but we'll see which way the judges go for it this time. I don't think this one is at risk of being a one more time, but we'll see quite which way they go. I would suggest that Kitibob Givenich has probably done enough, even though it wasn't a particularly inspiring run as chaser, but any performance that gets you into the top 16 is certainly good enough. We'll see which way they go in the next few moments. Of course, plenty of top 32 runs left to go here at Mondello Park. We're just under halfway through the top 32 runs at this stage. We wait with bated breath for confirmation whether Civinic has done enough, whether Blokhus has offset his collision there with Civinic in the chaser run with yet more of his very impressive runs as a leader. He's certainly very good at leading. We've seen that from both of his runs, and perhaps not surprising, Kitapop Civinic is through into the top 16. A shame that for Frederick Blokhus. He certainly had two very good runs as the lead there, but those chase runs not quite up to the standards. I believe we're going to take a look now at where that leaves us in the top 32 bracket at the moment. We've formed half of the top 16 bracket already. We are now halfway through our top 32 rounds, and we're going to take a brief ad break now before our next set of runs in the top 32. Stay with us for more from the SIMGEAR Drift competition. then
So
we're
we
back.
are back.
We both arrived at the same time, Trevor. All good. Apologies for that. I was just back in my seat and couldn't unmute, but we are a few moments away from rejoining the top 32 battle. Still very much in practice mode out there on the circuit at the moment. If you're just joining us, welcome along to Pitlane.TV for live coverage of the SIMGEAR drift competition. We are in the top 32 stage at the moment. Adam Weller here in the commentary box, being joined by, and this is my first attempt at saying your last name, Trevor. Is it Trevor Oon?
Own.
Oon. Okay, and is that
Yeah.
Estonian? Is that, or
It is indeed, yes.
go me? Excellent stuff. So, is that still where you're based, or is that just the origin of the name?
That's still where I live, yes.
Ah, fabulous. Okay, so we've got an international lineup in the commentary box. We've got an international lineup as well in terms of our competitors. I've been seeing some interesting chat from some of our competitors. Jose Duran has been full of praise for how it's gone so far. And of course, Jose, one of our favorites, second in the championship. He will be our second battle that we see in this part of the top 32. It'll be Majewski versus Hostein that we have first. Now, Majewski, I believe we saw him last time, although I don't see him on the top 30 board, so I might be imagining things. But we are very shortly going to be underway with our next runs. You can see there they're still in the phase of practice. I believe the car taking the lead lane there was Jose Duran. He was in the big Mitsubishi Evo 10 last time as well. Of course, we've talked about the length of cars before. The Evo 10, in some cases, when it's up against something like, say, a Silvia S15, looks quite a lot taller as well. Does that have any effect at all for those behind the wheel?
Of course it does. It changes the car's center of gravity, which therefore changes how the car pivots around its own weight.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you do have, as in race cars, in drift cars, they have roll cages and certain things to stiffen the car up, but that height really does matter. And I suppose ultimately it all comes down to preference again. I suppose some people pick their car based on which one is their favourite, but for the most part, they're picking the car that gives them the best performance. It's Majewski versus Hostein then, lining up. The Mitsubishi Evo 10 of Majewski will be our leader for this first of two runs, Trevor. And let's see how this one goes.
As the lights go off, we look how they're rolling. Very nice big initiation angle from Majewski. Nice and deep through those zones. And big angle to that clip number 5 as the Jess driver is finally catching up. And again, big angle from Majewski.
Big angle from Majewski, and even some sparks as well there, right at the end as the rear dragged along. Interesting runs from both then. The BMW M2 of Hostein will be our leader this time. Kevin Hostein against Patrick Majewski. Run number 2 coming up just shortly here. Hostein can certainly still win this. Majewski, as we heard there from Trevor, with some really good angles there, was an impressive run as leader. But let's see how Hostein does now in the lead position. His M2 Eurofighter, as it says there on the entry list. The lights already going out then on this second run. This will be the decider for Hostein and Mievski. Mievski, I think, just needs a fairly solid run here, but Hostein needs to do something really impressive as the leader. Decent angle through those first couple of bends. A little bit closer to the wall there. I think a little bit more committed in general there was Mievski, although Hostein gave great angle through number 5. Bit wider from Hostein there through clip 7. I don't think Mievski was wasn't braving to be incredibly close to the quarter panel of the M2. But I think on balance, the Evo driver may have done enough here across the 2 runs. Especially looking back at this first run here with Hostein as the chaser, that those first 2 or 3 clip points, I think they really let Hostein down, didn't they, compared to the run we saw from the Evo as the chase car.
Yes. You can see much more aggression from the chase driver from here.
Impressive stuff from Mievski in the Evo. I think on balance it would surely go to Mievski, but we'll see what the judges have to say. They have all the information in front of them. They will make an informed decision in short order here. Mievski, the Evo 10, Kevin Hostein with the F22 BMW M2. It was Mievski who was the leader first time around. Hostein led the second run. And I think it might be Mievski's chase that potentially gives him an edge in the eye of the judges versus Kevin Hostein. But we await the information. We await the confirmation of our hunches here as we continue on with the top 32. Which of these 2 drivers will be through into the round of 16? We're just a few moments away from finding out, conferring upstairs still. The judges here at Mondello. We'll get that information through shortly. Mievski just starting to do a burnout there. Whether it was celebratory or not, I'm not sure. It was celebratory. He's through. Mievski is through into the next round. Then we very quickly shift gears and shift focus to our next competitors. Jose Duran, who is second in the championship currently. He will lead against Sato. 2 very strong competitors here. Sato, who got knocked out in the top 32 stages last time, albeit it was a good run from Masahito Sato, as I remember. So Jose Duran should have a good competitor here. He will lead them away on this run, Trevor.
As we can see, the lead driver rolling off with big angle, taking the first and second clip, going through the third and fourth also with big snap, and as the chase driver is catching up, looking for the lead driver, we see that the chase driver is a little bit slower than Duran, leading with the Mitsubishi Evo 10.
Yeah, it was interesting there. Sato was very close through, I think, until about clip 4, and then was a little bit too close, I think, to the back of Jose Duran's Mitsubishi, and had to just slightly lift out of it, and that is perhaps why he was struggling then to close through 5, 6, and 7. He did close in through 5, but then lost it out again in 6 and 7. It's now Masahito Sato's turn to lead. Jose Duran will be our chaser, the driver that sits second in the championship, looking to make his way into the final 16. Good angle there from Sato, very extreme angle and whipped it in there into the initiation zone. Very close between them there through the transition of clip 3 and 4. Both very nice, very committed and close to the wall through 5. A bit more of an angle there at clip 6 from Duran, and he was very close through 7 and 8 at the end of the run there. Both parties, I think, with strong runs in the second go, but I think perhaps Jose Duran did slightly more as the chaser than what we saw from Sato. But what do you make of those 2 runs overall then, Trevor?
I think Mr. Duran is gonna win this one. Mostly because of he did not miss the second clip.
Okay, yeah, good point. We'll see confirmation of that. Here's a look at the run. This is clip 2, and yeah, indeed, missed all of the markers there at clip 2. Did Sato. As spectacular as his angle through the initiation was, it's then led to him missing the apex quite resolutely through clip 2, and yes, that could well be it for Sato, but we'll wait for information, we'll wait for confirmation of that. Certainly this is a nail biter for Jose Duran. The last thing you want, as with what we were saying earlier on for a Straker, the leader of the standings coming out of Okayama, the last thing you want to do is be in the final 4 and then 2 weeks later to find yourself right at the out at the earliest stage in the top 32. And we'll wait and see what the confirmation is. We've still not got that through just yet. Masahito Sato, we'd expect him potentially to be calling it a day here. It'd be a disappointment for Sato, given he was also out in the top 32 stage 2 weeks ago. But being drawn against a driver like Jose Duran is certainly not a bed of roses, and indeed it is Duran that goes through. Perhaps what we expected there before and after the runs. Duran makes it through into the 16. Both of our parties that went at it in the final last time are through. It is now Podolski's versus Petrov for another run. RX-7 versus Supra.
As Petrov is leading with the Mazda RX-7, going with big angle, almost a reverse entry through those first 2 clips, 1 and 2. Going very deep through the second, third and 4th clip, and there was collision from the chase driver to the Podolski's RX-7. Again, big angle to the last 2 clips, 7 and 8.
Yeah, Podolski there had to straighten up momentarily at the all-important clip 5 after that collision. But I don't think that will be judged against him particularly. You said that was Podolski's then in the RX-7, yes?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. So this time it'll be Petrov that leads. So the Supra will take it this time around. Indeed, there you can see Podolski's assigned to the RX-7. Christian Petrov in the A90 Supra. You can see the lights going out in front of him. It's Petrov's turn to lead the way. He's going to need a blockbuster of a run here, and gets the clip point nicely with good angle as well at initiation. Good run through clip 1, 2 and 3. Let's see what the all-important clip 5 has to say. He's not that quick going through the first part of clip 5 there. Looked like it almost stalled out a little bit on him on entry. Podolski's hasn't been massively close for most of the run. He is close by the end there. But I suspect Podolski's has done enough there, given Petrov's collision with the rear of the RX-7 in the first run.
As we can see again, if now we can confirm if the collision was caused by the chase driver or the lead driver. And as we just saw, it was caused by the chase driver by catching the bumper of the RX-7.
No, it's a shame actually, because I think Petrov was doing a good job, especially through clips 1, 2, and 3, of being close as the chase driver, but got a bit too close there, approaching clip number 5. It wasn't a spectacular chasing run from Podolski's in the RX-7, but it was he was very close, to be fair, through 5 and 6. I eat my words a little bit there. But he did enough for sure. Given that collision with Petrov, one would suspect the decision won't be that hard for the judges this time around. We'll see. Ernestas Podolski's in his Mazda RX-7, the FD3, the later RX-7, of course. And we'll see which way this one goes. Christian Petrov in the Supra made that collision in the first run. And as our commentary box expert Trevor had to say, it was his fault. We could see that on the replay as well. And that could be the defining factor, but we'll wait for the final decision to come through from the judges' box. Podolski's hoping to move through into the final 16. Now, Christian Petrov, I don't believe, well, he actually was with us last time and was 18th in the points coming into this, whereas I don't think Podolski's did run last time. So Podolski's, who didn't make it into the top 32 2 weeks ago, gets in to the final 16 at the expense of Christian Petrov. That's now confirmed on our screens. So Ernestas Podolski's moves on and moves up into the final 16. We now move on to an interesting battle here. Deksnis versus Serviek. Serviek, who we saw putting in some good efforts last time, he is 7th in the point standings. So he has a lot to lose here, chasing in this run.
As we can see, Paulius Deksnis takes the lead with a big, massive entry through those clip 1 and 2. Could be deeper through the third clipping zone. Goes a nice and big angle through that clip number 5, with the chase driver being very close to him. And big angle through that clip number 7, as he could have been closer to that clip number 7.
Okay, interesting run there. Serviek, of course, with that position in the point standings, will want a good run here. The distinctive Kinder Egg Mitsubishi Evo, if that's a reference to the shape of the car, I'm not sure. But it does make me smile nonetheless. Deksnis was not in the top 32 last time out in Okayama. So certainly we're going to have an interesting time here to see if Serviek can make it through. Serviek now will be our leader in this second run. Lights are on. We are underway for run number 2 in the top 32 stage. One of our top 10 in the championship here. Needing to get this run right. Nicely through the first couple of clips. Good angle as well on entry, but look how close Deksnis was there through the first few clips. Has maybe fallen back half a car length or so here through the transition, and then again through clip 5, but in general staying close. That's too close though. Contact between Serviek and Deksnis. It didn't break the drift for either party, but I think that little collision may work against Deksnis there. And, well, I wasn't particularly wowed by some of Serviek's run as chaser. But what do you make of those two runs as a whole?
Unless to count out the collision, I think it's a very close run between those two, with big angles from almost everywhere.
I tend to agree with you on that front. I was very impressed with the Supra's chase run for, especially through the first 3 clips, but that collision going into clip 6, 7 and 8 is probably going to be the defining factor. We'll have to see whether that is the case. We get a replay of it there, just carrying too much speed by the looks of it, as we now await a decision. It was just as simple as being too fast in, wasn't it?
Yes. It looks like a pretty engine on that Evo 10.
Yes, he does this every chance he gets. Opening every single... I'm surprised the fuel filler cap isn't open, actually. Everything else is on Damien Serviek's car. Cracking the egg open for us to have a look inside as we await confirmation that he, or indeed Dexnis, has gone through with that collision. One would suspect that Serviek has the advantage, the high ground, but we wait for confirmation of that. And we do so with bated breath. The Evo 10 then could be moving on. Certainly a driver who made the final 8 in the previous round would be aggrieved with an elimination in the top 32 stage, and all pointers in that replay indicate that Serviek would be the one to go through, but we never know until it's in black and white. Of course, the judges can see a little bit more of it than we can in certain instances. This will be the final run of this portion of the broadcast before we switch into our 4th and final server for the top 32. 8 to a server at any given time, as you can probably suss out. So this will be the final run of this part of the top 32 before we take a quick pause to set everything up for the last quarter of the top 32. We wait with bated breath for information. Will it be Serviek that joins us? That's the way that we're anticipating it to go in the commentary box. But of course, the process of judging, I don't know if you've done any judging in sim drifting, but it's very technical, isn't it? You have to make sure you've made the right call. You've got to take a couple of looks at that run and make sure there's nothing you missed first time around.
No, judging I have not done.
Would you want to? Is that something that that interests you at all?
It would be an interesting part to experience, of course, through the drifting world. But, well, if the opportunity came, I would say yes.
I'm scared of the responsibility, I'm afraid. I'll leave it to the smart people. But Serviek will be potentially moving on, but Dexnis still not told that he's going home just yet. The Supra A90 and the Mitsubishi Evo 10. Both waiting with us there. Of course, the Evo 10, the end of the line for the Mitsubishi Evo. Great lineage of cars. The Evo 10 was a bit of a departure from the 7, 8, and 9, which were all basically of the same blueprint. But incredible cars, those Lancers. Of course, once the WRC program concluded at the end of 2005, there was less need for a homologation rally special for the road, and that was the end of the road for the Mitsubishi Evo. Ultimately, one of many cars that suddenly was put to history after the 2008 financial crisis. Sadly, we continue to wait then for confirmation of who is going through. I think there might be an argument going on in the judges' room for all we know. This has been one of our longer deliberation processes that we've had so far. But at least we can be sure that the decision will be the right one. Do you think, in your opinion, there's any chance at all that perhaps we're going to have one more time here?
Well, I do not know how to. Well, no.
Okay, you feel there's a definitive winner. We're still yet to find out who the definitive winner might be. For Seviek, I'm sure this must be getting a bit concerning. I'm sure when he was hit by Dexness and then got through his chase run without too much drama, he felt he'd done enough. And sure enough, now the scorecards reflect that. Damien Serviek is through in his Mitsubishi Evo, the Kinder Egg edition, has moved on through then into the top 16. We'll see him again later on. Good effort from Polius Dexness. I'm sure we'll see more of him before the end of the SIMGEAR drift competition. Here's where they stack up then so far. We have now got Serviek in there as well, so he's into the final 16. And we've only got 4 more runs of the top 32 left to go here on Pitlane.TV. This is the SIMGEAR drift competition, and we'll be back with more action in just a few moments.
And we're back from the ad break.
Great to be back with you again. The last part of the top 32. My apologies, I was just reading a text actually about this event. I've got a few people watching along in the background. This is the SimGear Drift competition. You are on Pitlane.TV, your home for all things virtual and real world motorsport. Lots of great content on the Pitlane.TV channel, including the Bullers content, the Bulgarian electronic racing series content. You can go to bullers.com to get all of the information about their events, but we are getting ready now for the top 32's last quartet of battles. It will be Petraku leading the way, and then Rookie in his lovely E46 BMW, a driver that we saw last time, a driver who competed well last time, will be chasing in this run.
As Petraku's taking the lead with very big snappy initiation, going through those zones 1 and 2, going very deep through the zone 3 and 4 with the snap to the zone number 5 as the chase driver is creeping closer and closer, going very big angle into the clipping zone 7 and 8.
So then,
Very good run.
it was a good run for sure, and now it will be the Chaser as the Chaser, if I'm not mistaken. That is that a Toyota Chaser, or am I making things up?
It is a Mark II Chaser, GSX 100.
Wonderful. So there you go. Chaser by name, Chaser by nature. Next time up as Petraku goes up against Sylvester Rookie. Rookie who in the championship points at the moment sits 12th in the standings. So he is another driver that would like to certainly progress at least into the top 16. He got that far last time in Okayama. It will be Rookie that leads the way. I think he had some fairly dramatic runs from what I remember in Okayama. Let's see how he does now as the leader. Let's see how Petraku does in the Chaser as the Chaser. Better angle there, certainly, from Rookie through the entry point and indeed through the first couple of clips. Nicely in sync there, though, through 5, although backing the rear into the wall there was Rookie just a little bit, and I don't think that was assisted in any way either. That was just his own mistake. And a little bit of a hip check between them there through clip 7, but a nice run from both parties overall. But Rookie there cost himself a little bit with the touch of the wall there at the end. This is the earlier run we saw from Serviek, but certainly I think Rookie did a good job leading, although that clip of the wall might work against him a bit. After those 2 runs, then hopefully we'll get a replay. But what's your perspective on that, on first impressions, Trevor? Who would that maybe go to for you? Because I'm thinking maybe that wall touch might be the defining factor, but otherwise, I think both did a good job.
I think the same as you, that the wall tap might be the big factor of Rookie losing, but Petraku had a better lead run with a more snappy from 3rd and 4th to the 5th zone.
We'll wait for confirmation of that then, as been very interesting to see the variety of cars. We've got a local drifter around here with a wonderful Toyota Chaser. Quite an impressive car. His is 2J swapped, and yeah, great machines certainly on the drifting scene. Although here in the UK, of course, not very common. Of course, not sold outside of the Japanese market. Here we are then with two Sylvias on the line. Did we get the result there for the previous heat? I didn't see the result.
No, we did not get that.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get confirmation of that through before too long. It's Panic and Yamsai going up against each other next per our information. Hopefully we'll get some confirmation regarding the previous runs before we move on and switch focus here. But we are underway actually with this run.
Yes, Boris Panic on the lead run, taking very big on through that clipping point 1 and 2. Going deep through the 3rd and 4th zone to the 5th. A level correction there. And big angle through that 7th zone and the 8th one.
Nice run there then from the two Sylvias. We'll get confirmation as to who won the previous battles before too long, but it will now be Yamsai that leads this second run. We'll hopefully get replays of the two runs back to back as well thereafter, so you can maybe draw your line in the sand as to who you think will move on into the final 16. Of course, this is our 10th battle of the top 32. Just a couple more left to go before we move into the final 16. Panic versus Yamsai, take 2. And it's Yamsai that is leading the battle this time. Yamsai, big angle, but both of them missing the clip point there at clip 2. Yamsai was very good on the angle, but not very committed to the actual clip point through the first corners. Now through 5, looked like there were slightly fewer corrections there from Panic to my eye than Yamsai. But Panic wasn't that close through the last couple of clip points. An interesting run. Oh dear, and a little bit of a hit there from Panic to Yamsai. I don't know if that's because he feels he has something to be annoyed with, but what do you make of those two runs as a whole then, Trevor?
I like those two runs. They looked very fast. And
That's true, actually, wasn't it? They both took a lot of speed, particularly I feel like in the first run, which we're just looking back at now. Quite a lot of speed, but then in the second run, both of them were wildly away from clip 2, weren't they?
Indeed, but it's the chaser's job to chase.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's going to go potentially against Yamsai. We'll wait and see, of course, what the ruling is there. It was an interesting run through clip 5 because Yamsai had more consistent angle, actually, there, especially in the first third or so of the long sweeper. But yeah, I think perhaps that wide moment from Suthapong Yamsai on his chaser run is what may go against him. That could well be the definitive point, as we're alluding to here. But of course, that's the thing, isn't it? Anticipation as a chaser. And obviously, for Panic there, he anticipated that brilliantly, saw that Suthapong's car was looking like it wasn't going to make the corner and acted appropriately. But that's such a skill to develop, isn't it? Just looking at the body language of a car, looking at when those bright lights go on and figuring out what's going to happen next. Of course, you see our scrolling list of official partners of the series. We've seen some of them. I think Click were represented on the cars earlier on. Of course, AssetoHosting.com, a critical partner in making all of this happen on Assetto Corsa, which is a relatively new platform to the Bulgarian electronic racing series community. And certainly a lot of these drivers, though, very well used to drifting on Assetto Corsa, even though our organisers are still in the early stages of running these events. A lot of these drivers are very experienced indeed. We've got just 2 runs left to go of the top 32 shootouts. The final 16 is not far away here. Of course, it all gets very quick, very quickly, doesn't it? It's funny. The top 32 takes a long time, but from the top 16 to the final, it starts to feel like it goes very quickly indeed, doesn't it? As we continue to halve the field, it won't be long before we're into that final 4.
Yes, it drops like a 369.
No, absolutely right. And we'll see then who is judged to go through. I suspect that perhaps Boris Panek is going to be the one that moves on. But we, of course, are yet to see. Boris Panek does move on as anticipated. Just a couple of more runs then left to go. And we'll see who's next out there. It's a clash of the nations and a clash of the cars. Donato versus Mossberg. And it will be the Swede Mossberg that leads in his Silvia this time around. Nick Donato, great to see him out there again in the top 32 in his BMW. He'll be giving chase in this run.
As the lights turn on, we look at Alexander Mossberg in the lead car with the S15, going very big angle through that first zone and the second clip. Going big angle as the Jets driver is catching up slowly. The lead driver is going with big angle to that inside clip number 7. And the race is done. Very good, very clean run from both of them.
Now we saw there, I think, did Mossberg, he was either very wide or he missed the second clip entirely, but then Donato, of course, actually succeeded in getting the clip, but therefore didn't follow Mossberg particularly well as chaser. In that scenario, normally, what would you expect? How would you expect them to decide who maybe was more wrong in that scenario?
From the lead perspective,
Okay.
like, if the lead gets his thing correctly,
Yeah.
then it's all...
Okay. Interesting. So we'll see how this plays out, though. Run number 2 is going to be the critical one. It's Nick Donato that leads it. They are underway. Donato with all of the angle in by the time they actually got through the entry point there, but nice, both of them carrying lots of speed through the first few clips. Nice and close from Mossberg, but a collision there from Mossberg. I think Donato might have gotten into the wall, though, before that. To me, it looked like Donato might have reversed his car into the wall, and that's why Mossberg collided with him, but we'll get a look back at that. Certainly, it was very committed from Mossberg at the start of his run, but how did you see that collision? Did Donato catch the wall first? That's what I thought I saw.
Unfortunately, I do not remember. But I hope it was not the chaser's fault.
Have a look and see at that one. We'll now get a look at this run again. Let's take a closer look. Trevor, talk us through this one. What do you see as we see it?
Could have been closer to the clip in number 3, but it was the chaser's fault.
It was, yeah. You're right. No, on second viewing, Donato did not collide with the wall prior to being tagged there. And that firmly stacks the deck against Alexander Mossberg, doesn't it, in the eyes of the judges? That was by far the biggest misstep of both runs. for Alexander Mossberg in the Silver S15. They're getting into the rear of Nick Donato. And I suspect in that situation, Alexander knows all too well. And indeed, we do now know for sure Nick Donato will progress into the top 16. Alexander Mossberg, I think he did a good run as leader. It's a shame there that he made that error in the chase. But we now move on to the last of our runs in this top 32. Corday against Al Alawi is up next.
Waiting for the lights to turn green.
Often a tense wait, and I think we've not seen either of these drivers in top 32 before. Let's see how they do, Trevor.
As Gregor Corday is taking the lead with a massive initiation from through clip 1 and 2, going nice and deep to clip 3 and 4 with big angle, a little bit short to the clip number 5 with big angle again through the clip number 6 and 7 and 8 with no big collisions.
Nice run from both parties. So let's see how the BMW driver does this time as the chaser. We'll wait and see how that one goes here. This will be the last, potentially the last run of the top 32. Of course, there's always the possibility that we end up going one more time. But we'll keep an eye on that. This could be it then, the final run of the top 32. Our drivers line up. This is going to be a compelling run. Gregor Corday will be chasing. Abdel Rahman Al-Alawi will be in pursuit. Sylvia versus E46, one of the European mainstays of drifting, up against one of the defining Japanese drift cars. Two different nations represented in terms of the metal and indeed the men controlling them as we prepare for this run. After that first run, how are you? Well, we'll come back to that. We'll look at what the second run has to say first. We are underway. Al-Alawi then will lead them. And a big angle there at the very end of the inauguration point there. The entry points, and a bit shallow there. Not maybe so committed from Corday there. I'm not loving that run through 3, 4, and 5 there from the Estonian, but we'll see. Didn't really get close enough at the end either. I think that wasn't really the best of runs, was it, from the BMW?
No, he could have been way more aggressive, but a good and clean run still.
On the first run, the Sylvia certainly was a way back, of course, through the first 3 clips, but managed to close in a lot more towards the end of the run. Hard one to just pick sides on, I would think. As wild as that clip 6 and 7 there was from Al-Alawi in the Sylvia, I think that on balance, that last half of the this section actually from clip 2 through, or from clip 3 through to clip 5, I just thought that was very weak from Corday compared to what we saw from Al-Alawi, but we'll see which way it goes, who gets through. Do you have a gut feeling on this one?
I have a feeling our fellow Estonian Corday is getting through because Al-Alawi dropped a tire twice.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
in
that
both
was
the clipping points.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, he did indeed. It looked brilliant, I must say. The hopping off and onto the tarmac there, going through clip point 6 and 7. But you're quite right. The experienced eye here in the commentary box is correct. Gregor Cordet goes through into the final 16. Now that is, I believe, our final run of the top 32, if I'm not mistaken. So I believe that our next task is to look at who is going through and indeed who has been eliminated from this round. Indeed, here are the brackets then. This is where we stand in round 2 of the SimGear Drift competition. Drusis, Jakobelis, Sinkunas, Sathongsa, Ostraka, Hugon, Stocky, Chivanic, Majewski, Duran, Podolskis, Serviek, Petraku, Boris, Donato, and Corday are all through, and some very interesting pairings to watch in our round of 16. That will come up in a few minutes after this brief advert break. then on the circuit for the top 16 round. We're back to action. You can see everybody just getting warmed up at the moment as we prepare for this round. It all gets a little bit quick and it all gets quite important from here. For those who were in the action in Okayama, this is their chance to move on, move up, and maybe continue to build a strong championship case. You just see there alongside the Corvette, we had a look at a Straker, of course, our championship leader. He is through. So is Duran, who is second in the championship. You see here a map of the layout, the clip points, of which there are 8 total around the circuit. And then, of course, the entry point as well. This is our calendar. We are on a bit of a UK and Ireland tour at the moment. Mondello will be followed in just one weekend's time by the Silverstone layout, and then Portimao will conclude our year. The undulating and rather beautiful circuit in the Portuguese foothills, and a circuit that I can report from personal experience. Don't try and walk it. It's too hilly. It's not a pleasant walk. So then, we have our first battle coming up. It's going to be Corvette versus E92 M3. Paulius Drusis will be our leader according to the graphics, but I believe that's Jacobellis in the Corvette who is lining up to lead this one. Our first run of the top 16s just a few moments away. Trevor, it's going to be Jacobellis then that will be the lead on this occasion. The Corvette up against the BMW.
As Mr. Jacobellis is rolling off from the start with the Corvette C6. That was a very big initiation angle. Through clips 1 and 2. Goes nice and deep through the clip 3 and 4 with big angle. To the clip number 5 as the chase driver is slowly catching up. Again, very big angle to the clip 7 to 8.
I think that was a very impressive run from Jacobellis. The angles, as you said, were great, and no lack of commitment there on the initiation point. Very big angles indeed. That was a very impressive lead run from Jacobellis, but of course, chasing is so hugely important, and he now has to try and make that work. But I think in terms of lead runs we've seen so far, that was one of the best, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Very crisp and clean run.
Very pleasing to the eye. Let's see then what Paulius Drusis can do as the leader this time around. Jacobellis will be giving chase in the Chevy Corvette C6. We're underway then for the second run of this first top 16 battle. And both very, very nice on the angle, both well within the clip point at clip 2 as well. Very close here from Jacobellis, following nicely. Oh, but he tags the BMW. Both continue to just about drift. But they made contact there. We'll have to get a look at that and maybe see who we reckon was at fault. But nice and closely followed through the final clips there was Drusis by Jacobellis. But on first viewing, what did you make of that contact?
I think the chase driver went just a little bit too fast.
Okay, well, we'll see. That could be the defining factor. As good as Jacobellis' run was there as the lead, it was a solid chase run from Drusis. We're getting a look back at the first run at the moment, and it was admittedly not always as close as he could have been, but it was a solid run. That said, this was a good chase until the contact from Jacobellis, and that moment of contact there could be the critical moment once all is said and done here. We'll wait and see what the rulings are, but I suspect that Jacobellis may have cost himself a progression into the final 8 with that collision. Do you also think that collision's probably going to be the deciding factor?
Yes, I agree with you on this one. This collision was quite harsh.
Yeah, I must say, BMW did quite a good job of actually continuing to stay somewhat on course with that collision. Could have quite easily ended up tagging the wall and completely being knocked out of alignment, but we'll see which way it goes. Hopefully we'll get a look at them in live pictures at the moment, since this replay has seemingly paused on us. And here is Drusis and Jacobellis then. And I think for Drusis, again, it's that factor of if you get that hit from behind and you manage to keep it going, that's such a huge boost for you. That's got to give confidence and momentum. But let's see which way it's decided. The judges still deliberating. I would suspect that Paulius Drusis is going to make his way through into the final 8 here in our top 16 battle. Drusis, who of course was with us last time as well in the top 32 shootout, managed to get into the or actually no, did not manage to get into the top 16 last time. So moving into the final 8 would be big progress for him and would knock him well up the championship standings as well, potentially even as far as the top dozen, the top 12. Or will it be Ernestus Jacobellis, who didn't make it into the 32 last time, that makes it through? Certainly that collision would, in many cases, be the factor that takes it away from the Corvette, but perhaps there's more that we've not seen, but we feel fairly confident up here in the box that Paulius Drusis is going through in this all-Lithuanian battle. We'll see whether it is Drusis that does it in just a few seconds. I suspect we'll get there very shortly. If you haven't already subscribed to Pitlane.TV, do so. We'll be bringing you the entirety of the SIMGEAR Drift competition, as well as lots more Buller's Bulgarian Electronic Racing Series action, of the sideways nature, of the GT3 racing nature, and much more besides. And then, of course, on the Pitlane.TV YouTube channel as well, all sorts of exciting action from the real world of motorsports in Bulgaria and beyond. A really exciting mix of machines. Jacobellis is, of course, a champion in VDM competition. So we should know that his credentials are well up there. VDM competition is some of the highest levels of virtual drifting, virtual drift masters, and so it would be, I think, something of an upset for someone with that championship under his belt to be eliminated here, but that's the way it goes. Paulius Drusis is through, and Ernestus Jacobellis is out. That is quite a big surprise by the form book, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
Our next battle then already up and ready to go on our pre-grid. Sathongsa against Sinkunas. Sathongsa, who's well into the championship top 10. Let's see how he performs here this time as Chaser. We will await Sinkunas and Sathongsa getting the lights, which they will do in just a few moments. Sinkunas in the Supra, Sathongsa in the Toyota GT86. It's an all-Toyota drift battle. The big wide-body Supra against the rather diminutive Toyota GT86, looking rather smaller in comparison, especially with that wide-body kit on the A90 Supra. It's Thailand versus Lithuania, and they're about to get underway.
As Paulius Sinkunas is rolling off with big angle and collision from the chase driver. We can see big angles going through the clips. At the moment in clip 5 and clips 7 and 8. Very smooth run.
And that collision, that could well play against Sathongsa, couldn't it?
Sadly, I think so, yes.
Yeah, another driver we expected to be right up there, as we alluded to, 6th in the championship, tied with Serviek, coming into this weekend, with the Okayama results, of course, producing the points tables that we have available to us. So for Supercorn Sathongsa, he's going to really need something impressive here. In spite of those collisions, Sinkunas' run as leader was very strong indeed for Sathongsa. I think, frankly, he needs to rely on a mistake from behind. Let's see if it comes for him. Supercorn Sathongsa leads them away then. Nice angle for clip 1. Both parties carrying good speed. Let's see if Sinkunas can really close in and follow through. At clip 4 and 5 was a little bit far back through 3 and 4. Nice angle from both. I think we might have had right on the verge of a wheel off there from Sathongsa, but critically, Sinkunas didn't make any errors there as the chaser, and after Sathongsa's collision that we now get a replay of here, I think that's more than likely going the way of the Supra driver.
Indeed, I think so, also.
It looked like Sathongsa was not quite getting the same angle, was he, on that first run as well? Was, I think, trying to keep as close as possible, but was sacrificing some angle for speed by the looks of it. Interesting pair of runs, but it should be one. Or it should be a battle that falls in favour of Sinkunas, we imagine, with that collision. We'll see what our judges have to say, but the gut feeling, the suspicion, is that that Supra will be the one to progress. Supercorn Sathongsa may well end up falling down the standings a little bit here, unless some of his other rivals in the championship have issues. See whether that is the case. He'll be rather hoping that something falls his way here. But right now, one would suspect that Sinkunas has done enough to get through, so anything that saves Supercorn Sathongsa, I think, would be a matter of his rivals having errors as well. We've had pretty much meticulous seasons to this point from the likes of Ostraka and Duran. Of course, Jakov Bilic, who was 5th in the standings, he was eliminated in the top 32 run, so I think Sathongsa will at least leapfrog him. But where he will end up in the standings after all of that, we're not sure. He has been formally confirmed to have been defeated in the top 16 round. Polius Kunas is through and into our next bracket. Then he will move into the top 8. Meanwhile, our next run is looking ready to go in just a few moments. And it features Martinas Ostraka. He will be leading us. Loic Hugon will be giving pursuit in this one. Lithuania versus France. Sylvia versus Sylvia. S13 versus S15. And Ostraka's car, while it's completely plain liveried, I think that's a very neat looking machine.
Waiting for the lights to turn green. And here we go. As we are rolling off with Mr. Ostraka from lead. Going very smooth into very big angle through clips of 1 and 2. Going snapping big angle into clip number 3 and number 4. Going smoothly into clip number 5. And smoothly through clip number 7 and 8. Very clean run from both of those drivers, though I did see a little bit of a correction from a chase driver, Mr. Hugon.
Yeah, it looked like Hugon was not all the way there in the first 2, maybe 3 clip points, a bit shallower. He skated across the apex curb at clip 2, the first corner of the layout, and didn't quite have the same angle as Ostraka through clip 3 and 4 either. We'll see though what's decided. Of course, Ostraka now has to perform chasing duties, so Loic Hugon now needs to try and make life really as hard as possible for Ostraka. And let's see how it goes. Our championship leader, Martinas Ostraka, looks to confirm his participation in the top 8 up against Loic Hugon. 2 very strong drivers. We saw them at Okayama earlier in the month. Here we go. Ostraka immediately closer to the rear of Hugon than we saw previously, and indeed better angle as well. Both of them committed. Very committed indeed through clip 5, and Ostraka getting as close as he dares to the door of the younger Sylvia. That was a very good chase run from Martinas Ostraka. That was once again an exemplary performance from our championship leader.
As we can see the replay again from Mr. Ostraka's lead run. Going very big angle, very smoothly into the clip number 5.
You just get the feeling watching that car that it's doing everything he wants it to do, isn't it? He's not having to fight it. He's not having to make corrections. It just seems to be working in sync with him perfectly.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, something's going right there for Martinas Ostraka. I think it would be... Whoa, good, nice. Some tandem drifting going on. And Ostraka already confirmed as going through, so that one didn't need much think time. Loic Hugon, unfortunately, out of proceedings. Hugon is gone. I'm sorry, it was right in front of me. But we will see him again, I'm sure, in a couple of weeks' time. In fact, in 1 week's time. at Silverstone. Our third round of 4 in the season. Of course, Hugon was with us last time in Okayama, and he may have done enough there, given we've got a few drivers who didn't make it into the top 32 this time. He might just have done enough to stay in the championship top 10. We'll see about that a little bit later on. But for now, our next runs are coming up. Philip Stocky in the Toyota Supra, Chivanich behind him in the Silvia.
As we can see, Mr. Stocky rolling off, going big angle into first 2 clips. As the chase driver is trying to catch up, the lead driver, Mr. Stocky, going very big angle through clips 3 to 5. Currently at clip number 5, with very nice and solid lead run so far, going big angle through clips 7 to 8.
Was impressed by Stocky there through clip 2 and 3. Really was on the outer rim of the circuit there. Very impressive run in general from Stocky. Very impressed with that. One of the smoother runs I think we've seen thus far. His best run of the day for sure. Let's see how he acts now as chaser. He's got Chivanich as his leader for this one. Kittibob Chivanich going up against Philip Stocky. Stocky has laid down the gauntlet as the leader for sure. Let's see if there's an answer to come from Kittibob Chivanich. Both drivers eager to see those lights. And here they come. We're underway. Second run of the battle. Top 16 shootout between Chivanich and Stocky. Nice angle from both, although Chivanich was a bit close to the apex there, although, oh, that was not great through clip 3 there. It was quite slow and stalled out his own momentum. I think Chivanich may be a bit too ambitious with the angle there through clip 3. Stocky right there with him at the end of the run, but I think there, if anything, Stocky did just tap Chivanich a little bit, and I think if anything that helped him continue the drift, because it looked like he might lose the car altogether at one point through clip 3, or at least lose his momentum.
Yes, in this map, momentum is very much needed, as you can see, because you have to flow very smoothly through these clips 2 to 5, because the judges just don't like many corrections, so you have to keep your car smooth and steady.
You do, and we'll get a look at it here. Just maybe over applied the brake. Is that what that was? Just going through clip 3?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, saw the brake lights flashing on and off and off and on as they headed towards that third clip. Well, one would suspect that it's this Supra that will go through, but we'll wait and see what the judges decide. Kittibob Chivanich put in a good effort, particularly in his chaser run. That was an impressive run as chaser, but let's see where we are. Of course, as we get further into this, especially once we're into the final 8, it really does. There are very few runs that are easy to decide one way or the other. The judges have to think a lot harder about who's going to go through.
I happen to think that Philip Stocky had a better run overall, and he might progress to upper levels of this championship.
Yeah, that would be my gut feeling as well. But we'll see whether that proves to be the case in the next few moments. this will be the final part, or this will be the conclusion of the first half of the top 16. After these results come through, we will take a brief interlude, and we'll take an updated look at the brackets going into the second half of the top 16 shootout, as we once again do a momentary switch of server. But for now, we wait with bated breath. See who is moving on here at Mondello Park, the home of motorsport in Ireland. Of course, based in the Republic of Ireland. Do have a few circuits up in Northern Ireland as well, but Mondello Park has always been the premier destination in either of the Irish nations. And it is indeed Philip Stocky that goes through into the top 8. So our assumptions, our predictions here in the commentary box have come to pass. And Philip Stocky will move on into the final 8. Let's take a look then at how the brackets are stacking up now. This is where we are as it stands, with a few runs left to go. Drusis and Sinkunis are through, as are Ostraka and Stocky. We'll find out who joins them in the final 8 in just a few minutes' time. So then we're back at the circuit. We're back for the final part, the second half of this top 16 section of the day. And we're going to kick things off with a very high-powered duel. Patrick Majewski is going to be our leader, our chaser, the man who sits second in the standings at present. The other half of the final battle 2 weeks ago in Okayama, Jose Duran will give chase to Majewski, both in identical cars. Let's see how this one plays out.
As the lights turn on, we can see Majewski in the lead run, with enter with a very big angle, going through clips 1 and 2 with ease, with a very big angle through clip 3 and 4 to clip 5. He has amazing angle through clip 6 to 7, also amazing angle. And we had collision on clip number 8.
Yeah, a little bit of a collision there for Jose Duran. Not as severe as we've seen from some of the others, but that will still play slightly against Jose, won't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. Enough to lose.
Okay, well, we'll see. Jose Duran then has, with that little collision, potentially put himself in danger here. He's going to need a good run as a leader, and he's going to need Majewski to maybe falter a little bit as our pursuee here, as the chaser. The second run is going to get underway now. Jose Duran and Majewski are underway. Duran with nice angle and speed there going into the entry point, and look at how close Majewski is there, shaving a layer of paint once and twice and 3 times off of Jose Duran. Super close through all of the first 5 clip points. A very impressive chase run here from Majewski. Not quite the same angle as Duran through clip 6. Just tagging the door there of Duran going into clip 8 there. But I think that was a stellar chase run there from Majewski. Do you think that slight tap between them will count against Majewski quite as much as Duran's contact did?
We will see on Duran's chase run, but I think this can very well. It could have been a one more time run if the chaser was a little bit more aggressive. But collision at the same places, well, I do not know what opinion to hold on this one.
It's interesting. I was very impressed with Majewski's, just how close he was to the back of Duran, but then again Duran was just as close really when he was chasing as well. I like your thought with the one more time run. I don't know if maybe that collision from Duran was a little more severe than the one that Majewski laid on him there. We'll have to see. My gut says that if it's going to go anyway, it would be Majewski. But given how wonderful both runs were in overall totality, at least until the final corner, I would love to see them do it again. So I'd be a happy bunny if they went one more time. But we'll see which way it goes. If it was to go one way, would it be Majewski for you?
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, same. Well, we'll see. Jose Duran second in the championship. It would be a big upset if one of the drivers in the final in Okayama wasn't with us going into the last 8 here in Mondello Park. But my gut is that perhaps that's the way we're going to go. There could well be a major upset against the Spanish driver here.
Very colorful suspension, if you can see.
Indeed. Identically liveried cars, always helpful for us in the commentary box, of course. But these Mitsubishi Evo 10s awaiting the results as we are. What's your favourite generation of Mitsubishi Evo, Trevor?
It would have to be Evo 9.
Okay, interesting. The last of the kind of lineage 7, 8, and 9. A lot of people don't like the Evo 10, do they?
No.
I'd have to do the basic answer, to be honest. I'd have to go Evo 6 Mackinnon. I can't help myself.
Okay.
Of course, their Toyota brand is kind of emulating the Mackinnon edition. They've got not just an Ogier edition, Sebastian Ogier edition, they've also got a Rovanperä edition car as well, Calais Rovanperä. Calais, who has been moving into circuit racing lately, having won a couple of World Rally Championships. He's already looking at doing something else. Something tells me that he's going to have quite a colourful racing career. If in his early 20s he's already a world champion, and of course already having a look at some other disciplines of motorsport. He's been running in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux a little bit lately. Jose Duran is judged to go through. That's interesting. That goes against what both of us thought was going to happen there, Trevor.
It does, yes. I was hoping that Majewski would get through.
That's very interesting. So then, that is something of a shock. Let's move into the next race or the next runs of the top 16 then. It will be Podolskis versus Serviek. And of course, the latter driver, another driver well up the championship standings. Serviek, the chaser for this one in his Evo 10. Podolskis, the only rotary, the only RX-7 out there. Let's see how he does up against the big Evo.
Waiting for the lights to turn green here.
The longest wait of all. Serviek's clearly impatient, edging forward, daring the lights to go out, and here they come.
As Mr. Podolskis is entering through the clip 1 and 2 with nice and big angle, going through clip 3 and 4 with big angle, snap the transition into clip number 5, staying there with minimal corrections, big angle again into clip 7 to 8.
Ooh,
Very clear run.
Serviek just about keeping it in a straight line at the end there. He made a little bit of a correction going through clip 5. I noticed quite a sizable correction there, and then also quite deep on the brakes into the final corner through clip 7 as well. So we'll see how that plays against him, but certainly a good run as leader there from Podolskis in the RX-7. He will now pursue Damien Serviek. Serviek, who, as a reminder, is 7th in the championship standings as of the conclusion at Okayama. He's going to want to get through into the top 8, as he did 2 weeks ago. This is the all-important run that decides it, though. Serviek and Podolskis are underway. Nice entry, nice angle from both through the first couple of clips. Much closer to the edge of the road there, though, was Serviek going through clip 3. They're both pretty committed to the wall at 5. It's a nice chase run, this, from Podolski, staying close, but slightly overcooking it there. I think he might have tagged the Evo. He does, coming out of clip 8, and that sent Serviek almost spinning around. That last 3 or 4 seconds of the run, those at least one tap, I thought I saw a second. could work against Podolski's here.
Looking again at the lead run of Podolski. Going very snappy from clip number 3 to number 4. Holding quite big angle in clip number 5 and clip number 7.
This is the all-important second run. I'm interested to see what you make of these final moments of the run here, Trevor.
Very good distance from clip 3 to clip 5. Oh, that has to be collision between clip number 6 and 7. It looks like a collision with the RX-7 wobbling a little bit.
Yeah, there are 2 collisions there by my eye, coming into and out of the final apex. Let's see how it is judged. Ernestas Podolskis may have made the decisive error there. We'll wait and see, though. Damian Serviek may well make it into the top 8 for a second event in a row here in the SimGear Drift competition. As is tradition, he's showing us his engine, his interior, his race suit, and indeed the shopping in the boot. But will he get through into the top 8? Has the bonnet lifted for the final time? Something tells me that with those collisions from Podolski's on the second run, that might well go to Damian Serviek, but we've been surprised a couple of times today. We'll see which way this one goes. The lights flashing from Serviek. Confirmation will follow in the next few moments. Of course, we are well into the top 16 shootouts at this point already. It's Ernestas Podolskis that goes through. So the RX-7 is the one that makes it by. Is that a surprise for you? I'm a little bit surprised by that.
It isn't a big surprise because of the chase run that he did.
Fair enough. Okay, so the benefits of that chase run outweighing the errors then, and that's interesting. So Podolskis is through, and Serviek will quite possibly fall out of the championship top 10 without making it into the final 8 here. We'll see. You can see the chaser there getting its tyres warmed up in the background. Our next runs should follow shortly. Here we see Pitraku, who will be leading, Panic, who will be the chaser. Chaser versus Sylvia. Lights will go on momentarily. I think this could be a very compelling battle. These two were both very good earlier on. Let's see which one makes it through.
Waiting for the lights to turn green here.
Gives us more time to savor that snapshot of late 90s, early 2000s drifting, doesn't it? Chaser versus Sylvia. 2 very popular cars back in those days. Perhaps getting a bit valuable for new drift builds these days. But very, very cool machines. We await that next round of action. I think this would be, by my count, if I've not lost my marbles, and there's a chance I have, this would be our penultimate battle of the top 16, which has absolutely flown by, as we rather suggested it might. Everybody's into their groove now, not wasting time. We'll see which of these two comes up into the top 8.
and the lights are green. Looking at Ethan Petracco in the lead run with the chaser, entering with a very nice angle. Commitment is visible. Going nice and wide through clips 3 and 4. Very nice and big angle through clip number 5. And again, very nice and big angle to clip number 7 to 8.
Yeah, good run from both parties there. Petracco will now switch to the chase role in the chaser. And Panek will lead in the S15 Sylvia. Have a look and see how this one is going to play out. I think the second run is going to tell the story. They were both pretty impressive in run number 1, but we'll of course get a look at the replay of run number 1 as well as run number 2 at the conclusion of this second run while the judges make their deliberations. For now though, Petracco focused purely on what comes next, what comes in the next few seconds. The lights turn on. We're underway. Here they go then. Nice entry angle, better entry angle there from Panek. Petracco not quite matching him on that front, but getting nice and close through clip 2 and 3. Just hitting the dirt there, though, was Panek. Got the rear axle onto the dirt momentarily. A little collision there from Petracco to Panek. This is a little bit scruffy in general. A better angle through clip 7 there. Or clip 6, I should say, from Panek than Petracco. Both get through the last corners close and clean. But a little bit of a collision. Off-track moment as well. That second run was a little bit heart in mouth for both of them.
It was indeed. Looking again of this replay.
Didn't appreciate first time round just how close Petracco was to the wall at clip 5 on his lead run. That was incredible. I think the rear wing was probably balanced on the concrete.
The chaser with the Toyota Chaser seems to have a little bit better chase. A lot of chasers in that word. In that sentence, I shall say.
Do you think was there a little bit of a collision there? Do you think that will play against Petracco?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, potentially then, as good of a lead run as that was, I'd maybe think that collision could be the deciding factor. Do you think that's the case?
It could be, but we do not know for certain.
No, we've been proven wrong a couple of times, but we'll keep an eye on how this one plays out then. Boris Petracco, Boris Panek, Ethan Petracco, both awaiting confirmation and information of what comes next. We wait with bated breath for more. But been an impressive day of action so far in the SIMGEAR drift competition. We're just approaching the final stanzas of the top 16 shootout. We're not far away from the final 8 here. And of course, that's where things start to get very interesting indeed. The top 2 in the championship have already cashed their checks to get into the final 8. Martinez Estrella got in earlier on. Jose Duran, to the shock of both of us here in the commentary box, was judged to have made it through into the final 8 as well. So both of them are through. Zwolinski, who is 3rd in the points, and Kempinski in 4th. We haven't seen either of them in the top 32 this time, so they're going to fall through the standings. Jakov Bilic was knocked out in the top 32 round at the very start of the night, and he, in fact, in the very first battle of the night. So he's going to fall from 5th place. Likely as well that Sathongsa is going to fall from 6th in the standings too. Serviek, I believe he also got eliminated just now as well. So quite a few of our drivers in the sharp end are going to be dropped down here in favour of other drivers. I think the point standings are going to look very different, and indeed some drivers who weren't with us in the top 32 in Okayama may make it into the top 10 of the championship standings after Mondello Park if they have particularly strong runs here towards the end. Petraku could be one of them if he gets through here, but I think that Boris Panek might be the one to advance. No, Ethan Petraku has been judged to win that one, so the door tap wasn't enough to work against the driver of the Chaser. He will make it through into the final 8. And now it's time for an all BMW duel, a clash of the generations. Nick Donato in his BMW E92 set to lead. Gregor Corder in the E46 set to pursue.
As the lights turn green, we look at Nick Donato in the lead driver with the E92. Taking very big angle into clip number 2. A little bit over correction before clip number 3. And tapping the wall at clip number 5. He is going quite fast and drops 2 tires at clip number 7.
Was not the cleanest run, was it, from Nick Donato by any means. Gregor Cordy in a strong position after that, wouldn't you say? Because Donato, as you pointed out there, as they went through the run, was making a few mistakes.
Indeed.
Well, we'll see what happens next. Will Donato perform well as chaser? Will Cordy hit his marks as the leader? Let's keep an eye on this one. It's now the E46 that will come out on top. Will be the leader in this run. Here we go. Oh, a bit of a jump there from Donato. He, I think, was rolling before the green, but we're underway, and it's a better angle there from Corder through the initiation zone. Nice from both of them through 3. 4 and 5, neither of them getting right up to the wall there, but Donato getting to the door mirror of Corder through clip 5. Nice speed there on the entry into 6 and 7, but it was a decent run as the chaser for Donato, but I think ultimately his errors in the lead run are going to cost him here.
We'll see again in this replay if he indeed did drop 2 tires in the clip number 7. But yes, he did go with a little bit too much angle into the clip number 3, and he did not make the clip number 3.
He's number 7. Oh, yeah.
And indeed it is 2 tires off before clip number 7.
Yeah, correct. Quite clear on the replay. His run as chaser wasn't bad, but not enough to make up for those errors, I don't think.
Quite a few corrections in clip number 5 in the chase run.
Point. Very good points as well. I think that's pretty definitive, all told. We'll see what is made of that, but the smart money would maybe go on Gregor Korda here. We'll see. We await the confirmation of the result, but I think, to be honest, Donato will be aware that he is more than likely eliminated, and now that is confirmed. Gregor Korda will move on to the round of 8. So the all BMW battle falls the way of Europe rather than the United States. The transatlantic duel is completed. Here is a look at our table then as we roll forward into the final 8. It is Drusis and Sinkunas who'll go head-to-head as Straker and Stocky. That will be a very fun battle. Duran and Podolskis and Pietraku and Korda will be fighting it out in the final 8. Let's see how it goes. Make sure you join us in a few minutes as we'll be ready for our quarterfinals. So then the top 16 now give way to the top 8. From here, I believe, as well. 8 to a server, so I think from here it should be even quicker as well in terms of the gaps between runs, the gaps between rounds. We are very much into the hot end of this now. It will be Drusis versus Sinkunas, our first of the head-to-heads here. Two drivers looking to make their mark on this one. Of course, Sinkunas was with us last time in Okayama in the top 32. He's 15th in the points coming into this weekend, and Drusis as well, 19th in the points. So neither of them got into the top 8 last time out in Okayama. But on this occasion, they have moved through into the quarter-finals. That's something certainly to be proud of. But can they get further? We'll find out in a few moments. Some last-minute practice runs going on at the moment. But this could be a compelling conclusion. We're expecting Paulius Sinkunas and Paulius Drusis, a battle of the Pauliuses, going up against one another shortly. E92 M3 versus A90 Toyota Supra. In this quarter-final duel, they'll be joining us shortly at the start line. And we'll find out, perhaps in this first run even, who's more likely to go through. A lot can be told from the first run. We've seen that several times here today. It's going to be the Supra leading, the E92 giving chase. Just a few seconds, I imagine, until those lights come on, Trevor. Indeed, here they are.
Looking at the lead driver here, Paulius Rulus. As they're going through with very big angles. Through clips 3 to 5. Right now in clip 5, doing amazing big angles. Nice, quite fast speeds. And there was collision from the chase driver.
Yeah, Sinkunas there, putting Drusis into the wall. I think that even before that as well, I think that the BMW also got a wall tag at clip 5 as well, just after the entry to the 5th clip. So that is all round not going to be a positive run for the E92 M3 driver. That could end up being definitive, but we've still got one more run, so let's see what comes up next. They pull up once again, and this time it will be Drusis in the E92 that leads. He's going to need something positive to turn in his favour, I think, to have any hope of getting into the semi-finals. Let's see what happens then. The lights are on. We're underway. And it is Drusis that leads them. Nice angle from both, but really quite incredible how much he clipped the apex there. Sinkunas following. Of course, you've got to shadow the driver ahead of you. That's what he's trying to accomplish. A little bit of contact between them, but nowhere near as severe as the contact we saw in the previous run. I think overall there, Sinkunas has done a great job of pursuing. And while it was a nice lead run there from Drusis, some good angle, some good speed, something tells me that the nature of the collisions and the moments there in this run when he was chasing are going to hand it to the Supra driver. There was there just a little wall clip there? I felt like there was.
It looked like it for sure.
No question though over that contact. That was fairly abrasive. Really liked how close Drusis was in the early stages of the run, but that came back to bite him as chaser. And then there was a little bit of contact here though from the Supra to the BMW in this run. So then, which Polius do you reckon is going through?
I think the one with the Toyota Supra.
Yeah, my gut feeling is that Sinkunas will be the one that goes through, but we're waiting for confirmation to that end. We'll keep an eye on that one. The SIMGEAR drift competition. This is the first of our quarterfinal races, the quarterfinal battles. We are just a few runs away from knowing who will make it into the semi-final. And of course, there will be a bronze medal race as well as a gold medal run at the end. There we are then. Polius Sinkunas in the Supra goes through as we expected. Polius Drusis, unfortunately, will go no further. We will move on then to the semis with at least one of those with Sinkunas. But for now, this is a battle I've been looking forward to. A Straker versus Stocky. Stocky has been great so far this weekend. But a Straker, of course, our championship leader.
So Straker is in the lead position with the Nissan Silvia S13. It's taken very smoothly those first two clips. Going nice and deep into clip 3 and 4. Holding very big angle in clip 5. As the chase driver is right on him. Going big angle into clip 7.
That was the best run of the weekend so far, wasn't it?
It looked like it for sure.
Incredible pursuing there from Stocky. A Straker, as good as his run was there, he is going to need to fully commit because Stocky was putting under so much pressure during that run as the chaser. Martinus Straker is going to need to put in a real door handle basher. Needs to get right up against the door and the quarter panel of that A90 Supra in this run. Stocky performed something of a masterclass there as a chaser for my money. Here we go. Lights on. We're underway. Philip Stocky is going to expect the same pressure he just dished out as they both go through. A Straker there, a little bit shallower on the first clip, or the second clip, I should say. Both of them nice through the 3-4-5 transition. Think Stocky may have just clipped the concrete with his rear bumper at one point there. Nice run from a Straker, although he's largely not as close to Stocky as Stocky was to him, but there was, I think, a little bit of a collision with the wall coming through clip 5. That could prove to be critical if that is indeed the case, but let's enjoy this one again. Trev, what a great run this was.
It looked amazing, yes. As you can see, he feels the zones 3 and 4 almost perfectly. Going a little bit short into clip number 5, but carrying it out very smoothly with no corrections to be seen. And the Toyota Supra in the lead run here. You can see he is also filling the zones 3 and 4. Going into clip number 5 with massive angle. Holding it quite steady through clip number 6 to 8.
I must say, I'm finding that one quite difficult to decide on. A Straker I don't think was as close to Stucky as Chaser, but though there were, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, a couple of wall kisses there from Philip Stucky, and yes, that doesn't cost too much, but in such closely matched runs, could that be the difference?
I do think it's gonna matter a lot, but in this case, I hope they're gonna look past those wall taps and there is gonna be a one more time, because this was very close indeed.
It was very close, yeah. I wouldn't want to be in the position to decide or confirm that one. We'll have to have a look. If we do get one more time, it will be a treat for sure. Of course, rather interestingly, our two finalists from before, Stucky, from Okayama, Ostraka and Duran, have progressed, and they're on opposite sides of the bracket as well, so there's every chance, if Ostraka is eventually judged to get through here, that we could have the same final two events in a row, but Philip Stucky has more than shown that he is semi-final material. He's just come up against one of the best here. This one could go either way. It could go to another pair of runs. We're waiting for the information here from the judges who are deliberating. Be a fly on the wall in that discussion at the moment. Would be very compelling. Which way will they go?
Simply just painted S13 looks so clean. It doesn't even need any decals on it.
No, it doesn't, does it? It's a fabulous look on that car. There's the decision. No one more time. Martinez Ostraka is judged to go through. I'm guessing those wall taps were the deciding factor against Stucky. But he can hold his head up high because that was a really good showing from him in the top 8. And we hope we'll see him again soon. Jose Duran then will lead Podolskis in this battle. Jose Duran versus Ernestas Podolskis. That's up next. The Spanish racer again, who was, of course, in the final last time out. Can he get into the semi-final this time? We're going to find out very shortly, as Ernestas Podolskis will be chasing him in the RX-7. A generational divide between these cars, about 16 years between them all told. This could be a very compelling run between these two. They're underway.
As the lights are off, we are looking at Duran going very big angle through these clips number 1 and 2. Could have been a little bit deeper through the clip number 3, but snaps from clip number 5 to clip number 6 with quite a big angle. Going through clip 2, clip from 7 to 8 with very smooth angles.
And what did you think of that chase performance then from Podolskis?
I don't know how to put this in car people terms, but he did put on the pressure quite well.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It's now Jose Duran's turn to chase. We're underway. No waiting around for this second run. We're right on board there briefly with Podolski's. Great angle from both of them as they enter the course. Look at Duran right on the back of Podolskis. Not quite turning through clip 3 as quickly there. Both of them nice through clip 5. Podolski's a bit more angle, also a bit wider, it must be said. There's a little bit of a tap there right at the end between them. But Podolski's did a good job there as leader. I think that was a very strong run from the leader. Duran did a great job of staying with him as the pursuee. But I'd say two drivers who had two very good runs. This one is, again, going to be very difficult to call.
I don't think it's going to be that difficult to call, because the Evo 10 did not get as deep into clip number 3 as did the white RX-7.
Was that on the second run?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. We'll get a look at that now. I did say at the time that I thought clip 3 was a bit askew, and yeah, I can see your point there. That's possibly going to work against Duran, isn't it? Didn't quite achieve the same as the RX-7 in that chase run. We'll have to see how it's weighed. Podolskis, I think, could be through here, and that would be an impressive performance to defeat Jose Duran. Duran would love to be in his second consecutive final. Podolskis, who wasn't with us last time in the top 32, has had a good run to this point in his RX-7. And will that run continue? Will he be in the top 4, the semi-finals? Jose Duran certainly through 3 and I think also 4 on his chase run was not quite matching the efforts of Anestis Podolskis. We await confirmation here. Of the result. I felt it was fairly close, but Trevor, using his rather more trained eye than me, pointing out where perhaps Duran may have faltered, but we've got 3 judges deliberating as we speak. We'll find out who goes through. Jose Duran goes through. So again, that's a bit of a surprise. It's not the first time we've seen Duran maybe go through when we didn't expect it to happen.
He has big guardian angels, I guess.
Petraku and Corday up next. Ethan Petraku in the Toyota Chaser. Gregor Corday in the BMW M3 E46.
As we can see, Petraku in the lead run over the Mark II Chaser. Going very big angle, very nice and snappy entry. Going to clip number 3, nice and deep through that zone. Big angle through clip number 4 as we go through clip number 5. The Chaser is getting closer and closer, not quite matching the angle before clip number 7. But a very clean run from both of them indeed.
Yeah, very interesting run there. We'll keep an eye on this follow-up run. Certainly, I think that Petraku has been a very good chaser, ironically, this weekend. And we'll see if that skill makes another appearance as they line up. We've not been holding them for long at the lights. I'm expecting those lights to go out fairly quickly. Gregor Corday will have a lot of pressure on his shoulders as the lights now go out. Approaching the entry point, and better angle there from Corday. Significantly better angle there versus Petraku, but Petraku staying close. Through 3, 4, and now 5. Couple of extra corrections there from Petraku, who just slightly taps the side of the M3 as well, overspeeding. And that was a good run from Corday. Petraku stayed close, but I think at a couple of key intervals there, he just slightly faltered up against the M3, at least to my eye. That's some donutting there from Corday. Do you think those are celebratory donuts? I think he may have done enough to get through here.
I think on the second run, we saw a little bit of a collision from the chaser before clip number 7. As I saw the BMW waver a little bit unnaturally. But it could have been server lag.
Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that this time then in the replay. There's definitely a better entry from Corday versus Petraku at the initiation zone, but let's have a look at this then. Let's keep an eye on the tap. Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. It was slight if it was there, but it looks like it might have been.
Again, it could have just been server lag. If the judges don't see, then it didn't happen.
Exactly right. So Petraku and Corday are awaiting their results as we are here. Who will advance through into the final 4? And who will be watching on from the sidelines? This is the SIMGEAR Drift competition. Brought to you by Bullers, the Bulgarian electronic racing series. And you're watching on Pitlane.TV. This is, in some cases, even more tense than the runs themselves, waiting to find out who progresses. And hopefully they don't make us wait too long. Ethan Petraku goes through in the Toyota Mark II. Is that an upset for your money?
It is. I was kind of expecting it.
Okay, interesting. So, let's take a look at where we are on the brackets. We're into the final 4. We'll see all of these competitors go up against each other on 2 occasions. We've got Sinkunas and Straker, the Lithuanians, going head-to-head. Duran and Petraku will be on the other side of the bracket. Will it be a Straker and Duran going head-to-head in the final, as it was 2 weeks ago in Okayama? Or will we have some new faces fighting it out for the victory? We'll find out in the next few moments here in the SIMGEAR Drift competition. This will be our final ad break of the day. We'll take you through the semis and the bronze and gold medal runs in the next few minutes. So then, our final 4 competitors are ready to go. We'll be bringing this action in short and sharp order from here on out. The second round of the SIMGEAR Drift competition is reaching its apex. The final 4 are here and ready to go. As you can see, a Straker will be giving chase this time around. Once again, up against a Supra, this time in the hands of Paulius Sinkunas. Sinkunas versus Ostraker, Lithuania versus Lithuania. This one could be very compelling. Of course, our winner from last time out, looking to make it through into his second consecutive final. Let's see, Trevor, if he can do it.
I certainly hope he can do it. As we are waiting for the lights to turn green.
They like to keep us waiting. Certainly a Straker would like to begin a streak here of getting through. We'll see if he can do it. He went all the way in Okayama. We're on a 2-weekend trip to the British Isles. Mondello Park in Ireland at the moment. Will be at Silverstone next weekend for round 3 of the series before crossing the ocean to Portimao for the season finale of this 4-round championship. And certainly in the second half of the season, if a Straker has won 2 events, that will give him a huge edge in the championship, but he needs to get past Sinkunas to even make it into the final, and that's going to be no mean feat. I think they're about ready to go.
As the lights turn green, we are rolling up between the cones. Sinkunas with the Toyota Supra in the lead, going with very nice and smooth angles through lip 3 to 4. With no corrections through clip 5, going quite fast through clip 6, and missing the clip 7 just a little bit, just barely getting the tire on it.
Well, that was an interesting run. A Straker not as close as some that we've seen through 3 and 4, but otherwise did a very good job, I feel, as the chaser for that run. Would you agree? It looked like a good run from the S13.
I do agree, yes.
Right, well, we'll see how he does now as our leader. They'll come up to the start line once again, and it will be a Straker. Just briefly parks alongside. That's a nice bit of parking. I wish he could park my Kia for me. Anyway, we now have them on the line, and Ostraker leads them away. Martinus Ostraker as the leader. Sinkunas playing pursuer on this occasion. Sinkunas a little bit far back on the entry point, but and a bit slow as well through, I think, point 3 as well. A little bit slower to react, not quite the same angles as Ostraker, who's right against the wall. Lovely stuff from Ostraker, but you can see how close Sinkunas is there on this onboard. backs it in. Both of them get to the clip nicely at clip 7. That was a nice run from both parties, but I feel like Sinkunas there on that run didn't quite match up to the angles of a Straker in the front.
No, he did not. As you can see, he is still gaining angle after the clip number 2. Going nice and deep through clip number 4 though. And a little correction on clip number 5. STS-13 is going also quite snappy and big angle through clip number 4. He is doing absolutely minimal corrections through clip number 6 to 7 with very big angle through clip number 7.
So it sounded like you spotted a couple of corrections there in a Straker's run chasing, but overall, I mean, I felt like the chase run for Sinkunas was some of those angles being missed compared to a Straker. I'm not sure which way I'd go. I'd maybe lean slightly towards a Straker. Where are you sitting?
I agree with you on this one. I think a Straker had a good run in both lead and chase.
Yeah, Sinkunas maybe missing a little bit of angle there through clips 3 and 4 in particular. And we'll see how this one is judged. We're awaiting information and confirmation at the moment. Of course, neither will be out of the running as such, because they'll be fighting for bronze medal honours after this. So everyone who we see from here on out has at least 2 more runs, regardless of whether they get through into the final or not. This is semi-final running, and Martinez Straker is confirmed as going through. Paulius Sinkunas gave him a good battle, but for the second consecutive final, it will be Martinez Straker in one corner. But who will join him? Will it be Jose Duran, who was his competitor in the final last time out? Or will it be the chasing chaser of Petraku, Ethan Petraku, going up against Jose Duran in the second of our semi-finals? We're into the top 4. Duran looks like he will be leading initially. It'll be Petraku, who's just biding his time there. We're waiting for him to line up on the start line. But I think this could be a really interesting battle. I think Jose Duran has had some tight decisions go in his favour already in this one. And Petraku, I think we were surprised by at least once as well. It'll be very interesting to see who of them gets through this time. 2 very different cars as well. Let's see how it goes. Petraku is now lined up. I'm sure the lights won't be too far away now that Ethan Petraku is ready to go. Jose Duran flashes the lights. He wants to see the red lights on and then the green light that follows. He'll be leading the way. Let's see how this one goes, Trevor. I'm excited to see how this battle takes.
As the lights turn green, we are focusing on Jose Duran with the Mitsubishi Evo 10. He is going through clips number 1 to 3 with big angle. Could have been deeper through clip number 3. Going quite big angle through clip number 5. Backing it back in to clip number 7. And going smoothly out through clip number 8.
I thought that in the initiation zone as well as in clip number 6, Petraku was missing a bit of angle versus the Evo. See how that is weighed against him. Now, of course, see Petraku as leader. Jose Duran with a critical run as chaser coming up here. Will we waste any time? I don't think we will. They're lined up. They're ready to go. We're ready to watch. Here come the lights. They're underway. Petraku a bit slow to get off the line. But it is Petraku that leads them, both with good angle there. I think a little deeper into the box. Oh, a little bit of contact between them. I think deeper into the box initially was Petraku, but that little bit of contact, it'd be interesting to see who's deemed at fault there. I think Duran was just a bit too close, frankly. They're very close indeed through clip 5. And another little bit of contact there between them. Duran getting right up to the side of Petraku. There were a couple of instances of contact there. And I think certainly the second of them you'd have to chalk up to Duran being too fast. We'll have to see about the first one as well. This is the first run, of course. We saw Petraku pursuing nicely, although I think clip 6, he wasn't particularly good. We'll see that again in just a few moments. But, well, talk us through the contacts as you see them, Trevor. Let us know what you think.
This run was quite clean. I very much liked it. But looking at the second run here, to see where and if there was collision, that seemed like a little bit of server lag. I don't think that was a collision. But going from clip number 5 to clip number 7, I think that was a little bit of collision, and after the clip number 8 too, before the lag.
Yeah, no. So we'll see which way this goes. I mean, typically a collision is weighed heavier than bad angle, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
Yeah, so I don't know. Smart money, well, my money's not smart, but my uneducated money would suggest maybe this is going to go to Petraku, but we've been wrong a few times tonight with where we've projected it might go. A couple of times involving Jose Duran. Let's take a look and see how it goes this time. Will it be the chaser through into the final? Will it be a really old school final with the Mark II chaser going up against the S13, or will Jose Duran fly the flag for 21st century motoring with the Evo 10 in the final? Moreover, will it be the exact same cast in the final as we had 2 weeks ago in Okayama? It was Duran versus Ostraker last time. They had a really good duel that Ostraker came out on top of. I think, if I remember rightly, Duran made a slight error in the final, which would go against him. But Duran and Petraku awaiting confirmation. Of course, they're both going to go again. The question is, will their best possible result be third or first? We await the information. One would suspect that the contact is weighed heavier than Petraku's perhaps lack of angle in a couple of places. We're at the behest of the judges here. 3 of them are conferring. SIMGEAR Drift competition is about to hold its second set of finals. We know that championship leader Martinez Ostraker will be on one side of the duel. But who will be there with him?
I have a feeling that Ethan Petraku might be the one facing him.
That would be my gut instinct as well, for sure. Of course, Duran, if that is the case, would still be in that third place battle.
What do you think of these two cars?
Well, the Chaser is a classic. I used to love the Tom's Chaser that was in Gran Turismo 3 when I was younger. I remember at the Super Speedway endurance race in that game, it did about 6 laps before pitting with an AI. Wasn't great on fuel. But otherwise, yeah, the Chaser, an awesome car. I mean, the Evo 10, for me, maybe a bit of a departure from the traditional Evo. But a car I do enjoy. Again, I'm on the record as being a 90s Evo man. I liked the 789 lineage. The Evo 8 FQ400 was an incredible machine, which could keep up with pretty much any supercar you threw at it. But I think if I were to have one, I would have the Chaser, because while I'm 27 in age, I'm about 42, if not older, spiritually speaking. So typically a 90s car, an early 2000s car will appeal to me more than a late 2000s or an early 2010s car, for sure.
I agree with you on this one. Because, well, I wouldn't take this Chaser. I would take the 96 year GSX 100. Because that rear end, well, on this Mark II, I just don't like the rear end of it.
I'm rather disappointed that we haven't seen any AE86s. Are they available even? I'm not sure about that.
I don't know either. I haven't gone through the car pack that they released for this.
I'll tell you one thing for free. There's a lot of AE86s drifting in Ireland at Mondello. They're fairly common cars over there. Now, our stream has, for dramatic effect, frozen, at least in my end of the commentary box, and hopefully we'll get some information through before too long as to who is going through.
These technical difficulties should end in very short moments.
We still are none the wiser as to who is progressing into the final here. Clearly there's some, I think, reviewing going on. Watching back those replays as we did to try and figure out who was going to make it through. We've stated our opinions, both in favour of Ethan Petraku, but we're waiting for confirmation as to whether he goes through or whether it will be Jose Duran. We still appear to have a frozen picture as well, so if you're seeing it and we're not, we can only apologise. But we await formal confirmation. Of course, one of these drivers will be pressed back into action immediately for the bronze medal battle to see who comes third. Still no confirmation. Of course, the Mitsubishi Evo 10, its engine at one time borrowed and placed into a Proton touring car in the British Touring Car Championship. Dan Welch's Proton Gen 2 had a Mitsubishi Evo engine in use, and of course Proton actually rebadged Mitsubishi Evos and took them rallying in the late 90s and early 2000s as well. So if you take a look at some Malaysian and Asian Pacific rallying about 25 years ago now almost, you see Petronas liveried Mitsubishi Evo 6s with the Proton colour scheme. Proton almost, or with the Proton badge, I should say. Proton almost went WRC racing as well in the early 2000s, but the project was canned. They did build a test car, which I think still exists, albeit it's been, I think, rather forgotten and abandoned outside the Proton factory. But a lot of connections, of course, between the Proton brand and Mitsubishi. Proton at one time also owned Lotus, of course, who would bankroll, or would rather help develop some of their city cars in the 2000s. I've had a number of Proton Satria owners proudly tell me how their car is actually a Lotus, and while it's technically true, I put a big asterisk on it. Again, we appear to be no closer to knowing quite who's gone through here. It's Ethan Petraku who has gone through. Excellent. So, Ethan Petraku will go into the final against the S13 Silvia of Martinez Estreka. Jose Duran, of course, will now be fighting it out for third place, but it is going to be a throwback pairing of cars in that final. And well, we've managed to suss that one out correctly. Jose Duran, unfortunately, will then be in a third place race. He'll be going up against Polius Sinkunas. The flag's there back to front, but you get the idea. Ethan Petraku will be going one-on-one with Martinez Estreka to conclude our race day here. That's going to be a very exciting final. But first, the third place run. Sinkunas versus Duran. Two very good duels coming up here, Trevor.
I surely hope so.
Of course, for Duran, being up in the top three battle alone, up against Sinkunas, who was 15th in the standings coming into this weekend. He should still be second in the points. We didn't see the other car, the Toyota Chaser, last time as well. So that Chaser is going to be immediately catapulted, I think, into the top 5 of the championship. But certainly for Duran, he should retain second place. And Martinez Estreka should still be our championship leader as well. But the question is, will he leave with a full haul of points? Will he continue a streak? Will he begin a streak of victories? We'll find that out soon. But for now, it's Jose Duran and Polius Sinkunas, who we are expecting on the grid very shortly. Be at the line. Here comes Duran. He will be giving chase to Polius Sinkunas. The more modern cars go first. The A90 Supra versus the Mitsubishi Evo 10. It's Jose Duran who will be doing the pursuing. Polius Sinkunas, the floor is yours at the front. We wait for the lights. We wait to find out in Final B, the bronze medal runs. Who will come out in third place?
As the lights are now off, we are looking at Sinkunas with the Toyota Supra. Going very big angle through clip number 1, 2. And quite deep through clip number 3. As the chase driver is quite aggressively on him, but the lead driver is keeping his car steady. going through with big angle through clip of 6 to 8. Very good chase run indeed, and clean lead run.
Yeah, both of them incredibly smooth there. That was great driving from both parties. I think it's going to come down to this second run for sure. Nothing that puts Jose Duran in any particular fear of fourth place in that chase run. He did very well indeed. Sinkunas has quite the run to match then as chaser. It will be Jose Duran that is in the lead this time as the lights go out. Who will be P3 in the standings for this event? Hopefully we find out at the conclusion of this run. A bit more committed there. Earlier committed was Duran to clip 1. Both very close, and Sinkunas there had to lift out a little bit to avoid Duran. He managed to do so, mind you. Looks like Sinkunas is a little bit more scruffy potentially than Duran was. Went wider there through clip 7 for sure. And in general, I think Sinkunas was having to fight that car a lot more than Jose Duran did as the chaser a couple of moments ago. That run looked like a battle to me, Trevor, for Sinkunas.
It looked like they both know exactly what they're doing. But on the second run, I kinda didn't like how the Supra didn't like to catch up in the beginning of the Zone 5. You know. But a very clean run from both of them.
Sinkunas kind of tripped up a little bit there, didn't he, on Duran? Got very close through clip 4, and that, as you said, meant he was quite a way behind by the time they got to clip 5. I think, though, that Duran, when he was chasing, he didn't quite commit to clip 3 in the same way as Sinkunas, but we've seen that a lot out of the Evo, I think. It's possibly something to do with that direction change, the height of the car we were talking about, the center of gravity earlier on in the broadcast, and I wonder if that's maybe why. I think on a few occasions we've seen Duran and a couple of the other Evo 10s just slightly struggle to really ace that clip point number 3.
What is your opinion on the new Toyota Supra? Do you like the thing that people call it the BMW?
I mean, I find that funny. I like to make the joke to people. It's a solid car. I maybe don't think it's quite as evocative as some of the cars that came before, but in terms of modern sports cars, ones that are somewhat affordable, I think it's one of the best ones there. And while I'm not a massive fan of platform sharing across companies, as we see with BMW and Toyota here, as we see with many other cars as well, I think if it manages to revive more badges like Supra, then it can only be a net positive. Now, we just saw those two separating from each other. I have to assume that perhaps they've received the result. We are yet to receive the result here. Who would you ultimately put it towards if it was you in the judges' chair?
Duran Jose, because he has been quite steady and like equal with his entries.
Well, I don't think we saw that come up. It would be nice to get the confirmation graphic as to who was third before we move on to the final, but it looks like we're going straight to the final. Duran looked like he was celebrating to me, so I think potentially he's got by into the third place, but no confirmation. Here goes the final.
And the lights are off. Looking at Mr. Striker absolutely throwing his car through zones 1 and 2, going quite deep through zone number 3. And did that look like a collision to you? Because it did not for me. Throwing absolutely massive angle to clip number 7.
Yeah, I thought I saw at least one collision in there as well, but Astraker certainly lost a car length, maybe half a car length to Traku at the start of clip number 5. Wasn't the tidiest of runs from Astraker. He was also slightly lacking on angle versus Petraku on a couple of occasions. So our championship leader, our winner from round number 1, may well be considered on the back foot here. It's going to depend on Petraku's performance as the chaser, of course. Astraker, a supremely good leader. He's been a great pursuee, of course, all day long too. But another one of those fabulous runs at the front is a must for Petraku. It could come down to this. Astraker, the winner from last time out, leads what could be the final run of the day. Very close indeed, going through clips 1 and 2. Right on the door is Petraku. He's lost a little bit of time there through clip 3, but still close. Some corrections there at clip 5. But very smooth run from both parties so far. Slight overshoot there from Petraku. I think they may have just fractionally collided, but right on the rear wing of the S13 at the end there was Petraku. He certainly kept close all throughout that run. What are you thinking, Trevor? What did you make of that second run?
That second run was so very close. I'm waiting for the replay. This is the wrong replay.
This is the this is the third place runs from earlier, but we need to see those finals, of course. We will wait those. We believe it might have been Jose Duran that made it through. We're going to show the results for Final B and Final A in just a few moments' time. I've received confirmation. We were hoping a few of our drivers might join us for a chat after the runs, but apparently that's not happening. They've gone microphone shy, even though they've been pleasing the cameras all day long. But these are the first and second runs, of course, for Final B. I'm not sure quite who claimed the third place there yet, but here are the two runs for the gold. This was the one for all the marbles. Talk us through it, Trevor. What did you see?
In the initiation, the S13 could have been just a little bit closer, and so in the zone number 5, he's taking it quite seriously, committed, as you can see, but there was just something visually lost. Like, I would have wanted to see something a little bit more.
Was there contact there in 6 and 7, do you think?
Just a little bit, but it didn't seem to affect any of the drivers.
It looked to me like there might have been fractional contacts, as you said at the time, in 5 on the first run, maybe even at 3 as well. It looked like the chaser was slightly disturbed, whether it was server lag or actual contact, I don't know. But we're awaiting the results then for the gold and indeed the bronze, the final B and the final A. Duran and Sinkunas are still awaiting their results. And we're going to find that one out in just a moment. Here are the third place nominees, but which of them has gone through? Sinkunas and Duran awaiting their results. There they are. Back at the start. They're eager to do some more tyre smoking, I think, at the end of all this. But which one of them is going to go home as the third place man? We know Duran is going to remain second in the championship with his performance either way. But the question is, how much ground will he lose to a Straker? Will he be third or will he be fourth?
Wait. Čuvam se. Idi su Streka, Pitrako, Sinkunas and Duran, Brink.
So then, we see them all already in the midst of some sideways celebrations. We will there they are, all lined up. So Sinkunas and Duran awaiting their results for third position. Really ramping up the intensity with the delay, but we want to see who's come third place here in Final B. I think we both erred on the side of Duran, didn't we, immediately after the run?
Yes.
We'll see whether that proves to hold water now. Duran is flashing the headlights. He's not nice enough to show his engine. That's exclusive to the Kinder Egg. And it is Jose Duran that moves to third place then. He will retain second in the championship. He'll lose some ground to a Straker. Of course, the question is how much ground. But Jose Duran is third. And the winner, the second round in a row, is Martinus Ostraker. So Ostraker makes it 2 from 2 in the 2024 SIMGEAR Drift competition. Well, Trevor, that's big news. Ostraker extends that points lead. Pitraku will be delighted, I'm sure, with second place on his first appearance in the top 32 shootout so far this season. But what do you think of that event, Trevor? It was very exciting here at Mondello. And, of course, we only have to wait 1 week for more at Silverstone.
It was indeed very exciting to look at these very competitive people drift. It is always a good sight to be looking at them drifting and judging.
Ostraker then will be in the hot seat. And that will be, I'm sure, a little bit of celebration time now for all four of them. They'll do some tandem drifts, I think, for us here to round out the broadcast. But Matthias Ostraker is your championship leader. And for the second event in a row, he is your winner here in the SIMGEAR Drift competition. We've been with you all evening long here on Pitlane.TV. They let the rubber fly one more time here at Mondello Park. They've got just 1 week to prepare for the follow-up round number 3 of the season, which will come at Silverstone. Look at the precision, even when they're just doing it for fun. How close is that? Matthias Ostraka wins it. Petraku second. Jose Duran rounding out our podium positions here at Mondello Park. I believe with that, we can bid you farewell on this evening here in virtual Ireland. We thank you so much for watching on with us today. It has been great fun. We hope you'll join us again in a week's time for Silverstone, round 3 of the season. Subscribe to Pitlane.TV so you don't miss a moment of the action. Check out Bullers on all of their social platforms as well. BULERS, the Bulgarian electronic racing series. This has been a very compelling second round of the season. Congratulations to Martinez Ostraka. We'll join you in just 7 days' time for round 3 at Silverstone.
Balanza, lui da via napred, da ne craccia na prazno, da le tiene tanto cle. Esa baza balanza, da ne spestiere, I da non sta na krasa, volto pa un dragove. Esa baza balanza, lui da via napred, da ne craccia na prazno, da le tiene tanto cle. Esa baza balanza, da ne spestiere, I da non sta na krasa, volto pa un dragove. Ти си това, на което се правиш. Така че внимавай какво е. Никой не чете финалният ти надпис, освен камък от хората остава спомен. Някога някой с теб е бил откровен и непресторен. Да носи запази това, независимо дали е бил приятел или опонент. Мигат лампи в нас и ми напомнят, че не трябва да изпадам пак в летаргия. Че избрах си сам да брам дреболи и се налага да се справям с това. Не изглежда яко, а? Но ако само така съм стъпил между светлината и сянката, така да бъде приятел, че аз нямам страх. Но имам доста работа, да направим малко хубава рап музика в България. Да си обраш шибаните лампи в банята. Да обичам семейството си, да виждам отдалеч илюзии, да не се замисля дали да нахраня некого от тези ми хлюзи, особено ако не е закусил. Тук мисленето е вечно бинарно, няма гледни точки между черно и бяло. Хора на произвола, дали ги пропаст, тук имаш верен до теб си привилегирован. От създателите гори най-велики огън. Някои тях сяка са открили Бога, но блаженство ли им чакат чудесата или болка е загадка и сега няма как да отговоря. Егоист, като всички хора съм. Това не е в природата, но искам да помогна на достойните, за да бъде общността по-добра, но какво това? Ако душата е кисия, провал ни е настигнал и го плака е месия, богата вересия. За мен е просто още един урок, искам само да не забравя как се балансира. Да запазя баланса, но и да вървя напред. Да не крача на празно, да лети на тъмна клет. Да запазя баланса, да не изпестя и ред. И да не остана на краса, в топал врагове. Да запазя баланса, но и да вървя напред. Да не крача на празно, да лети на тъмна клет. Да запазя баланса, да не изпестя и ред. И да не остана на краса, в топал врагове.
Technically, the Pantera is very managed.